Wow. Yeah, hello, marhaban. Welcome, everybody. Welcome in Dental Online Conference, the second edition. We are very happy to welcome Mr. Eli El-Khouri, who will explain about screw-retained bridge. Please, Mr. Eli, introduce yourself.
Hello everybody. I'm Eli Khwairi from Lebanon. I work for Aman Girbakh since 2012. I am product specialist and trainer for Middle East and Africa. So for today, we'll talk about screw-retained bridges over implants. I will talk about the component, what to choose, which tie base, and so on. We can start. So I can start?
Yes, sure. You are.
Okay. So let's start. I will share my screen. Where is it? Which one? I need to share my screen.
You can share now.
No, I cannot. Which one? You can see it?
Yes,
Can you
now
see
we
this
can.
one?
Yes, very nice. Okay.
Okay, so let's start. I will talk first of all about the difference between screw-retained abutment and abutment plus crown. For this one, you can see we have screw-retained implant. As you can see, if you can check here, we can see the tie base. You see the tie base, and you see the geometric of our design from inside. Okay, when you check the tie base, there is retention here that we cannot mill it with our construction. That's why we want to choose between screw retained and abutment plus crown. We should choose the right shape of our tie base. Depends from the companies, but make sure when you are working with screw retained abutment, we shouldn't have any retention to stop the rotational movement of the abutment. So here we can check for this type of implant. We'll check the tie base shape. As you can see here, we have some retentions that you can use it with the tie base. That's why if you want to work with any implant system, you should get your library, your scan body, and the tie base from the same company. Do not mix between companies. So I got many questions if I can use, let's say, tie base from Aman Girbakh and the scan body from different companies. It's not recommended. Also, it's not allowed to use it because it will not match both. So that's why you should, if you want to buy any tie base, you should ask the company to send you the library and the scan body that will use it during the construction. And also when we check the shape, we have the crown is divided in two parts. So we have the abutment bottom. You see the bottom of the abutment. When it's screw retained, all we ask is the immersion profile shape with the gingiva, but between the bottom of the abutment and the full construction, we have no connection. It's one body between both. But when we go for, let's share the second screen. Here in this one, It's abutment plus crown. You see the abutment red, and here we have the construction. It could be full crown or cutback. You see here we have relation between the abutment design and the shape of the final construction. That's why if we can check between the bottom of the crown, here we have the bottom of the abutment, and here we have the top of the abutment. You can see here, we should respect the shape of the abutment for the final construction. Here, if we want to make abutment plus crown, we should prepare our abutment like shoulder preparation to avoid any gap between the abutment and the final construction, final restoration. If it's like here, we might have a gap between both parts, between the abutment and the final construction. That's why every time you want to design abutment plus crown, make sure to make it as a shoulder preparation like this. So when we will mill the same material, let's say we need to make the abutment and the crown from zirconia, we won't have any gap between the both construction. This is just overview about the abutment plus crown and screw retain. Also here, if you want to make angled screw channel, you should make it through the construction, because as you can see here, we have like an angle with a screw channel that will allow the milling of the screw from both sides. Let's say we want to make it with a manually, it will be from both sides the same shape. So the drill will not drill it perfectly in this part. That's why we need to do the screw channel angulation during the construction to get this part to have right shape of the screw channel. Okay, so we'll start with the cases. I will show you, this is one case. I will put it as you can see here, we have full arch, screw retained over 6 implants. Okay, here we can make it from different materials. As you can see, we have enough space for the posterior teeth, so we can make it from zirconia. Also, we can make it from PEEK or from metal. So in this case, when we check the screw channels, it's on the occlusal surface, on the vestibular part of the crowns. So in this case, we should, it's recommended to make it with thimble crowns. So we'll make frame, implant frames, and then we'll make separate crowns over it. So as you can see here, we have pre-op scan. We check it, and we see the position of the implant, which is buccally. That's why it's better to make it a bridge, thimble bridge with separate crowns. I will make it, so I prepared the thimble crowns according here. I choose a library of prep teeth according to the pre-op. So you can position your prep teeth inside your pre-op. Also, you can change the size of it, like here.
We can see the movement of the steps.
Which screen you can see here?
Only one fixed screen about.
Is it the bridge?
Yes, wizard. Yes, the bridge.
So you cannot see it moving.
Yes, now, yes, now we can see.
I cannot move it?
Yeah, now you can move. We can see it.
Design, prep design. So you'll position it in your pre-op. Also, you can check the size of your margin line according to the pre-op design. So then we go to the next step. You see here, when we adapt to the implant, we change the shape of the abutment, positioning of the teeth. We go to expert mode, and we change all the copings to Pontex. So the relation between the Pontex and the connection will be at the end with the designing of the gingiva. Back to wizard. Next step. Here there is no any adaptation with the implant. So because we are working with screw retained bridge, no need to work on the bottom of the abutment. If you want to raise it a little bit, you can make it manually like this. Depends from the gingiva design. So next step, here if we want to adjust a little bit your design with anatomy design, so here we can check the shape of your design according to the pre-op. After this step, we go next. Adapt to gingiva, no need to adapt to gingiva. If we adapt to gingiva, we'll exchange the shape of our pre-op. For example, I will click on pull down to gingiva design. You will see I will destroy the design of my prep teeth. So it's better to make it as it is, don't change it. You see here, I change the design of my prep teeth. So it's better to keep it as it is and skip this step and go to the next position. I will not adapt to the pre-op because I use it only to position my teeth. Next step, here I will start designing my gingiva. To design the gingiva, we should prepare my model. We should create a duplicata, a new model to design my gingiva. So here we have bottom properties to close the gaps between the implant, and also have here block out undercut, so we can block the undercut with angle 0 and we'll start from 0.1 millimeter. So let's say with paint, if we design the gingiva like this, this is the shape of my gingiva. So I will create a new design of duplicata model. So I will close all the gaps. I can go from 17% and then I close the undercut. So I'll have a new model that I will start designing my final restoration. For example, like this, with design gingiva over it. So it will be in this shape. New duplicata, new model with restoration and design gingiva. So here, first of all, I will check the insertion of my bridge, set insertion direction from view, it is from 0.0 millimeter, the space between my restoration and the duplicata, and also I can smooth the surface. When it's 0, it means I will keep all this shape of my gingiva. When I go for, we make it 17%, and I click next to create the new duplicata. Is it clear? Bassem, can you see the picture?
Yes, fine. Everything is okay.
Perfect.
Perfect.
So waiting for the duplicata. After that, I will show you if we get the library, how to add it to the software. And then we'll make a full case all on 4. So waiting for this. So as you can see here, we have a new model, the new duplicata design. If you want to check it with the Joe scan, we choose sectional view, and we can check. You see here the difference between the two models. Here we smooth the surface, and we close it with the design in order to create smooth gingiva from inside. Okay, share screen again. I cannot share the screen, Bassem. Okay, now I can share it. Okay, great. So back to the work here. We need to design our gingiva. We start designing the gingiva on the model. We start point by point. Make sure to cover the whole implant. From the back side also, start to design the gingiva. Before apply, check the points. You can check all the points, and then you click apply. As I said before, you can adjust the base thickness and the cervical thickness of your new design, the gingiva. And now the system will create the gingiva. We still have separate files. We have separate teeth from the gingiva. Here. Waiting for it. So as you can see here, we have the design. I keep it as 1 mm thickness. Next, in that step, I would start designing my gingiva. I will use my pre-op to adjust here the gingiva design. So I can use anatomy, small region, so I can adjust the areas like this. Or you can go for a huge region, so you can move the whole part. and to design the shape. So in this case, usually we work with more region. On the other side, also you can adjust your gingiva like this. We go to small region. Here we can shape the gingiva. Maybe I can close a little bit the pre-op. So I can have, you see here the screw channel, the position of the implant. We're still working with the gingiva separately. So it's better to adjust the design in this step, because later on, if we want to smooth our gingiva, it will be with the implant, with the crowns. So here it's better to adjust your design like this. So I have it all. We can go for free form. If you want to smooth a little bit, choose less strength and you can smooth all these parts. Also, you can smooth it all. Also, if you want to add so you can design your parts like this. So here we create temple bridge. You can smooth it more if you want. And you can design it like this. Next step. Now, from the beginning, I choose my crowns as coping. So here, I will not do any cutback for it. I exclude, mark all, apply next. And then we have, if you need to adjust the shape of your crown. Why I choose it as copying? Because sometimes after creating your design, your gingiva design, you need to adjust a little bit your crown. Like here, for example, I need to adjust it here a little bit. So I prefer to use it as copying. So I will have this option here to adjust my crowns according to the final design of the gingiva. Okay, so we can finalize the shape of the crowns. Next, we want to adapt to the gingiva. Here we have cutback of the gingiva, so I will keep it as it is. Also, mark all, apply, and we go to the next step. As you can see, there is no place for the implant till now. In this step, the system will start merging the crowns with the gingiva. And after that, he will create the hole for the implant. Since we are using gingiva with the crowns, no need for connections. So we have option to delete the connections. Now the system starts to merge all parts together. The coping with the gingiva. If you want to check it from the bottom, you will see we will start to create the position of the implant from the bottom. Sometimes if you have a big crowns, in some cases you will forget to cut your crowns to the gingiva if it's so big. So when it starts the system to merge, we'll have problem with the surface of your gingiva design. So make sure to keep your crowns under the gingiva sometimes, to avoid any mistake with your design. You see here, the position of your implant, in this case, is between the crowns. This case, usually we can make it from zirconia, from Gen X or HT Plus, our translucent zirconia. Also, you can make it from PEEK. So after merging, the system will start to create the holes for the implant. Waiting to this case to finish, I will share the last case. Share. So this one. Here we have another case, all on 4. As you can see, we have 4 implants. In this case, I cannot make it from zirconia, this case, because we don't have enough support for the posterior teeth. I prefer to make it from metal, this case, and have crowns over it. So I will start all the steps. First of all, let's start from the beginning. So here, this is the first. I'll start from the first step. So, first of all, if you want to work with this case, if you want to work it with articulator, if it's not in the articulator, so it's easy to add it to the articulator, we just go to expert mode, additional tools, we choose start articulator. You'll see the position of the model, it's not in the right position with the articulator. It's better to place it in the right position so we can make it manually. But the best way, we go for automatically. So we have to choose 3 positions. Incisal point, we click on the incisal point. So we have left molar and right molar, and we click perform. So the system automatically will place the model with the occlusal plane. You see the midline here, and we respect the distance between our incisal and the condyle. So it will be 11 centimeter between the condyle and the incisal. So here we have the position of the model in the articulator, and we have to start the articulator movement so we can profit from the dynamic cut in this case. Because we have a gap between upper and lower arch, we have a message if we need to keep this gap between both arches. So I will keep the gap. And here, because we are not working with Facebook and different bites, so we will use the bone well measurements, and we start the articulator movement. So you will see here the position of the articulator, so we can profit from the dynamic cut by using the articulator. So now we have the different movement. So you can, if you want to go lateral protrusion left, and you can check right lateral protrusion. It's easy for you. Also the protrusion movement, so you can do all these steps. Back to the design. The first step, we should choose the library. We have to make sure that we are using the same library as the scan body. So to choose the library, here we have to choose the type of implant. In this case, we are using component from Amann Girrbach. We name it as range 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the list of what we have in the software. If you want to add library, it's easy. You can just go to.
Excuse me, the screen is stop. Can
Please?
we? The screen is hold. Can we check?
Check again. Now it's working.
Yes, super.
Okay. So here you can see so in this case, if we want to add a library, we just get the library, we go for C, program files, Ceramel software, or any Exocad software that you have. You choose CAD, library, and here we have implant library. So you will add your library in the implant library. If you have to work with Model Builder later on, so you need to add the analogs. To add the analogs, also you go for C, program files, Ceramel software, CAD, library. But here you have to choose Model Creator, and we have file which is implants. So we add our analog library inside of this file. So we go for program file, Ceramel software, CAD, library, Model Creator, and then implants. So make sure
please,
you need.
can we check again? The screen is hold.
Let's check, share it again. Which one can you see here?
The model with the abutment or scan abutment.
Now what do you have? We have here the.
Yes, I can see your Explorer for Windows.
Okay. Here we are talking about how to add library to the software. If you want to add library of analogs, we should go to C, program files, Ceramel software, which was any Exocad software that you have. It could be Ceramel from Amann Girrbach or different softwares. We choose CAD. Then we go to library. To add library for analogs, we choose Model Creator. In Model Creator, we have file named implants with S. So we put all the analog library inside. In order to add library for implant, we go for library, and here we have implant inside the library. So we can open it and add the library of the implants. Okay, so make sure, first of all, to get the implant library with the scan body and Tybase. And if you want to work with Model Creator, just ask for the analogs to work with. Okay, so you see the case here is 4 implants. Is it clear, Bassem?
We see only the explorer of the library.
Yeah, because we are sharing different screens. Now, this screen was for implant. Is it clear, this one?
Super.
Okay, great. So now we'll choose screw-retained library from Mangerbach. So it's the same shape with the scan body. As you can see here, we have red dot. We should use it the same position. Because we are using screw-retained, there is no flat surface in this case. So we click and we have to click on best fit match. To check if the match is perfect, with control, you click on best fit match. The color has to be blue and or red. It means you are using different libraries. So we check it. Next, same for tooth number 12, number 13. For click on it, best fit match. Same for all implants. This is number 4. And here. You see here, it's a little bit pink. In some cases, this is a nice case. In some cases, we don't have enough space to scan the scan body between the stone. So it's not easy to scan this area. The bottom area, you see it's a little bit pink. In some cases, you cannot scan this part. In order to have good fit between the scan body and the shape of your library. You just minimize it a little bit. When you click on it with best fit match, you won't have any conflict with the margin area later on. Okay, so the system will adapt only on the top to avoid any conflict with these parts. Next, in this step, we should create immersion profile. Since we are working with screw retained, no need to make the immersion profile, but I will show you how to make it. Just 4 points. You can correct your immersion profile, same as with any crown. So here, 13, same. From the other side, I will keep it as it is to see the difference between both. I will skip 23, 24. Position of the teeth. The best way, we choose chain mode. If you want, you can change the library if you want of the teeth. So here we start with the last one. Work. So I will start with the molar. I will fix it in position. You see, I will choose that. And now I can place the anterior the position. It's better to use chain mode so I can change the shape and the size of the teeth to get here. So go to single. Use a code. So it will be like this. Let's say it's like this, so I can check. You see here, the line should at the midline, so it's better to go to make sure all the midline easily. So let's say it's like this. We go to the next step. But before going to the next step, always close wizard, click, we go for library model to Pontic. Next, here we have option to tilt the screw channel. If you, let's say we need to tilt the screw channel, we go for advanced. No, we don't have it in this case. Because next step, I will skip this part also. Adapt to Gingiva, as I said, no need to adapt to Gingiva in these cases. Next, here we'll design our Gingiva. As I told you, have the bottom properties and block out. Now the system will start to create the duplicata. If we want to check the previous case, here, you see, we finish from adaptation. Still, the system needs to create the hole for the implant. So click next, and now he will start to make this hole for the implant. In this case, we can choose between, since we didn't do any cut, keep it as it is, and I click next. Now the system will start to create hole for the implant. This is the previous case. Here. Just waiting. It takes time because the system will merge between the channels. Here we have full case with screws. Here we have 6 cm over all screws on it. So back to the last case. Here we finish from designing of the duplicata. We start designing the model. If you want, we can reduce the base thickness to 0.5 to show you the difference between 0.5 and 1. and we start the gingiva design. I will make it as I said before, click apply, adjust the shape and apply. As you can see here, there is a big gap between the upper and lower arch. That's why I will make it metal bridge. So we'll design the gingiva not so thick. As you can see here, I make it here. You see, just smooth one. You can adjust with small part like this, because I will make cutback so I can remove the anatomic teeth, go for free and smooth between the teeth. Like this. So also you can work on the shape of your design. On back side, we go for anatomy, huge region, and I will minimize this part like this. Here. So you can see check it here. Okay, I cannot smooth this line here. If you go for free, you see here, I cannot smooth this part at this step because we still have, as I said, 2 files. So next, cut back for the teeth. Say I will make cutback for all the teeth. You can make as a full cutback, or you can do your own cutback if you want. Next, you see here, you can adjust the teeth. Okay, great. Next step, here cutback for the gingiva. No need, I will not do any cutback for the gingiva because from the beginning I make it thin. So mark all, apply, go next. Now the system will merge all this part. So here in this case we have with a full arch, cut back of the teeth with the gingiva. I will try to finish in 1 hour these 2 cases. because we are using gingiva also in this case, I will delete all the connections between the implant and the crowns, because the gingiva will merge between all these parts. Waiting for the system to merge all this part, so at the end I can work on the edge of the gingiva. If I need to smooth the edge, so I can make it at the end when the system merges all the parts. Yeah, we'll wait a little bit for this case. This is how we can make screw retain bridges. It can be as a thimble crowns with separate crown over it, or we can make cutback and we add porcelain. We can choose many materials like zirconia, PEEK, metal, any material like this. And about the tie base, make sure to choose the right tie base for each case, even if it is abutment plus crown or screw retained. As you can see here, it's still different files. Now the system is merging all the parts. When the system merges all these parts, when we want to smooth, we will smooth the teeth and the gingiva together. That's why I prefer to work on these parts before reaching this step. At the end, you can smooth the border. Now, I can only, if I want to smooth the border here, just go for free. And you can see here, I can smooth the border line like this. As I told you, it's better not to cut back the gingiva to keep the design as it is. In this step, if you want to smooth the gingiva, you will smooth it with the crown like this. So it's better to work on the design in the step before. So in this step, no need to do any changes, just smooth the border and finalize your design. You just click next and you will get the bridge with the connections. Now the system will create holes for the implant. Okay, in this part, because we did cutback, we can choose level of the framework. You would see here the screw channel. It will be in the level of the framework. In some cases, when we have the screw channel between the implant, it's better to choose anatomy, the level of the screw channel on the level of the crown. The level of the anatomy teeth, and we go next. And we get the final design. You see here, the screw channels with your design according to the anatomic shape. That's it. So I tried in this hour to talk about many topics about the abutment plus crown screw retained, and I showed you 2 cases. I hope that you enjoyed this lecture, and we can meet later on in different lectures according to Bassem. Bassem, is it clear?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Elif. That's very interesting topic, and we are very happy that we will send you all the questions by email, and we can answer
Okay.
everyone interesting about your screw retain bridge.
Okay,
Thank you
perfect.
very much.
I tried to make it short in this hour, so maybe later on we can go deep on different topics if you want. Depends from your program later on.
Thank you very much. Sure, we can arrange longer time for making a course about this topic, screw retain, because everyone interesting about implant and screw retain bridge.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now,
Okay. Okay.
now, welcome Mr. Daniel Rondoni in our dental online conference, the second edition. Master Daniel Rondoni is super artist in the micro-layering zirconia multi-layers.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I start?
Yeah, welcome.
Okay. 1 second. Perfect. I can go on. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to thank for your invitation. For me, it's interesting to be part of this panel, considering there is an interesting, important technician, a colleague, most of all, some of my friends, including Lorena, that a very good Italian dental technician. For us, a very important, big honor to be here today for this Congress online. Before to continue, I want to be sure that my sound is okay. All is okay?
Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I can continue with my lecture. My topic is the regarding the ceramic technique. I want to speak about the micro-layer, ceramic micro-layer on the new generation zirconia, the multi-layered zirconia. For me, is an interesting topic because it represents the standard delay work in my lab. Most of all, the standard and more the solution for my client, for my dentist. And I want to show you these kind of topics using this kind of focus. The first focus is considering the evolution regarding the zirconia, because multi-layered zirconia represent an important material for us today. considering also the evolution of the digital workflow. The previous speakers before show the importance of to be as a designer, digital designer today for our job. And for me, as a ceramist, as a dental technician, it's very important to combine the new technology and the artistic approach. And zirconia represents a material where I can combine easily and efficiently this kind of approach. But really the main focus of the micro-layer technique. For my opinion, for my experience, today represent a interesting strategy for us as a dental technician. And to use correctly, to use with the effectiveness effect, is very important to consider also the new generation porcelain dedicated for this kind of material, multi-layer zirconia and micro-layer. Some forward, in this slide I show you the situation that we have as a dental technician. Many dentists, many technicians, many patients, and all patients need an individual option and individual material. Difficult to use only one strategy because all case has on one single story. But for this reason, for me, it's important to have my aiming is a versatility material in order to change according to the request, which is the level of our standard. And zirconia, for me, represent an interesting material because offer to me to work in different way, full layering, micro layering, and the new approach, zero cutback micro layer. And during my lecture, I want to show you some examples, some in clinical case in order to transfer my experience. And I want to thank again this opportunity to show my kind of job. So speak about the zirconia evolution, important for me, consider the first important evolution, when the zirconia from opaque toward translucent zirconia. This, for us, it was an important innovation because offer surely increase the level of aesthetic. But why we use this kind of zirconia? Consider that we need the full layer strategy because we all know that to use the different element in ceramic is important to recreate aesthetic. And when I use this approach today, in this case, for example, one that I had to challenge the natural one-to-one, I want to show you this case where for the single crown, the dentist needed to recreate this aesthetic, the patient won't change the aesthetic. For the single crown, consider it two different difficulties. The color, but most of all, also the natural abutment color. For this case, it's interesting to use the high translucence, but monocolor zirconia, because I can use the translucencies and the density of this material in combination, a very good performance of the substrate manage. Using the full layering is fundamental to have a strategy to increase the fluoro, to create a basic color, and maybe starting with a deeper effect. We can see my technique, the internal stain technique, already used directly on the cut in zirconia. And then we can show you easily and faster the first layer, where a different element combination created a layer. The opacus denti, opacus body, cutback, where I want to reproduce perfectly the internal anatomy, and then cover all with the translucent material. First bake. For me, it's important always to divide in two parts the restoration, most of all for the 1-at-1 request. And we can see the crown before finishing and after finish, because for me it's important to create a surface to receive the internal effect. I used from many years ago, Master Hitoshi Oshime teach me many years ago, using the internal lifetime technique. In that case, I need to create an emulsion to increase the luminosity in the cervical and the body area. For me, it's important to make this kind of bake, and then cover all with the ceramic to create the enamel effect. I use the luster of Palaschens porcelain. I use ceramic dedicated for zirconia. And another important step for my work is the mechanical refinish. I want to pay attention about the detail regarding the macro and micro morphology, because it's very important this part of effect to have the maximum of the aesthetic, but totally by hand. I don't want to use any material as a glazing. In fact, I use also the self-glazing in the oven in order to have a perfect surface compact, because this kind of effect is important for aesthetic, but is important also for maintaining and respect our antagonist. And using a new generation ceramic for zirconia, porcelain for zirconia, we can use and obtain this kind of surface without use any material on. And we can see 1-on-1 HT zirconia on a porcelain. Second important evolution, and now entering the main focus, is the multi-layered zirconia. This kind of material offers us high strength, but most of all, also the multi-layer effect. And we can see some effect of zirconia multi-layer after sintering, without any color, without any infiltration. You can have already some effect can emulate the natural. This is interesting for me. For the first time, we have a ceramic zirconia can give me directly the multi-effect, because I have 4 levels of the chroma, 4 levels of the translucency, and 1 value and 1 strength, 1200. This is a really interesting versatility material. For the first time, I have a material, one only material can balance the property, mechanical and optical together. And we know the important for us the mechanical toughness, compactness, and strength in combination with the optical value, chroma, and translucency. I can to summarize in only one material the best, the more important request we need. Most of all, I want to draw your attention about the optical property, where the refractive index represents an important effect for us. And I want to compare the natural tooth and the multi-layer zirconia. We can see your perception that we have a material that could be an important base for our restoration, and most of all, improving our quality, and most of all, exploit the maximum quality of the new generation material. I suggest always to do a customized guide. We can see a selection personally of my zirconia multi-layer. Today we have available many shades, and so we can select correctly which is the best shade to start our job. And I was said before, and how the previous speaker show the importance of the restorative dentistry today is a reality. And most of all, the combination of multi-layer zirconia and digital restorer improve the possibility for our chance with the dentist. But it's important to mention the influencing factor, and the last speaker of today, my friend Jean China, showed perfectly and treated these topics in the ideal way, because there is many factors can influence our result: furnace, sinterization, contamination, calibration, program, maintenance. I invite you to follow the lecture of my friend Jean China, because this part is fundamental to obtain an ideal material. Consider the morphology accuracy, because the new generation of zirconia offer us property, optical and mechanical, but is fundamental our work by hand in order to be careful, perfectly regarding the main important effect, the morphology. And we can see the effect post-sintering, sintering we treat by hand and also post, but I want to draw your attention regarding the quality of the property, optical property after sintering. We can obtain this quality of the property if I following perfectly the protocol for during the post and press sintering. So, and now I introduce another interesting, because I can use this material for the full contour, but maybe I can combine the technique full layering in combination with the full contour. For example, to increase the quality, to increase the mimetic effect, maybe could be create a micro cutback digital in order to left a part for the buccal wall where I can use porcelain to recreate the important effect and left totally free, zirconia-free palatally. It is interesting because offered to me to work in the micro layering technique, working in the very thin thickness, but it's important to create the base color. For example, I use the internal live technique directly on zirconia, multi-layer, and then only one layer, only one bake in ceramic, in porcelain, where I can recreate the main effect for the enamel. And then mechanical polishing, palatally directly on zirconia without any material, no glaze, no ceramic, because I want to exploit this kind of property, the compactness of zirconia, while vestibularly I use the self-glaze. But why and when I use micro layering and micro cutback design? For example, a chance for me interesting is when they multiply units. In this kind of case, normally I have a prototype or temporary where I take the main information regarding the shape, and through the digital work, digital design, I can create a micro cutback design regarding the internal anatomy. In that moment, it's fundamental the design work as a ceramics, because in this moment I play the important match for the final result, because I created the internal design of the entity. And then I to be increase, improve the quality using internal slice stem to create some effect of polish and increase the chroma, and then only one baking porcelain using the luster, the opalescence porcelain to recreate the final morphology. And then step 3, self-glaze without glazing for the anterior, for the buccal side, and mechanical polishing with the diamond paste for the palatal side. And then we can see the final work, 6-element hybrid solution, cutback, micro cutback, micro layered ceramic on zirconia multi-layer. And we can see the final result after the cementation. So now is reached the moment to consider the third zirconia evolution for my experience, because now we have transforming the company give us the possibility to use the qubit zirconia, because surely to improve the quality, we need to increase the translucency, favoring the translucency and reducing the toughness of material. Surely, we all know that the one zirconia is more translucent, surely we missing the property of the mechanical. It will be very important to consider the aspect for our selection. So, according to our request, we have to choose the individual and perfect material. So this is an interesting chance because it offers us a new generation zirconia in combination with another interesting evolution, the liquid ceramic. Because to exploit and to use in the correct way, and most of all, to exploit the property of zirconia, is important to have a new specific material for micro layer, the liquid ceramic. This kind of material is interesting because offer us to have also the hidden color dimension as a fluorescence, because we all know the importance to manage the fluorescence, because this kind of property reduce the metamerism and improve the possibility to have a mimetic effect. So using a material as a liquid ceramic, we can manage easily the hidden color dimension as a fluorescence in order to improve the quality of the individualization of our restoration. And interesting, this kind of material, this kind of porcelain, because in combination with the ultra or super translucent zirconia, we can respect perfectly a project, digital project, and most of all, we can reduce the hour and intervene on the hour restoration, also for anterior as well, in order to, through this very thin layer of ceramic, we can manage and individualize our color, because the liquid ceramic offer us to work in 3D micro layering. To consider this, for example, these 5 examples of different age using the full contour zirconia is interesting, because through in the very thin thickness 0.4, 0.5, we can recreate also very important effect, considering young tooth and old tooth. What is interesting because I can combine a technique internalized stain in combination with the layer in the liquid ceramic. Yes, because in this moment I want to increase the power of the micro layer using another solution, zero cutback design. It's interesting for me because zero cutback represent, the meaning is to respect perfectly the prototype, to respect perfectly our digital project, and most of all, is more easy for us to respect our proposal to the patient, to the dentist. Zero cutback, full contour, but we need to use a specific liquid ceramic. And for example, using and show a clinical case. In that case, for example, this patient have all 4 ceramic laminates. The patient broken one tooth, and the dentist decided to intervene, transforming the tooth in laminate toward the crown. And for example, in the new generation preparation, often is the vertical prep, because this kind of preparation more and more is access to the dentist, is a more conservative, really interesting biologically, but is interesting when I can use the zirconia, because we can combine the toughness and the optical property. And we can see the digital design always is fundamental. For this case, I use a zero cut solution, full contour, because most of all in the palatal side, the palatal wall, I haven't the thickness to create a layer, zirconia ceramic. I needed to use only one material, zirconia, for the palatal side. Vestibulary, most of all, to recreate a perfect support in the cervical area and to create a perfect emergence, I use the full contour solution, zero cutback. And so we can see, using the 3D micro layer in combination of full contour zirconia, for this kind of the case, I use the ultra translucent multi-layer zirconia. I replicate the internal effect, as a crack or infiltration, using the internalized stain technique, and then I cover all with the Inema liquid ceramic dedicated for translucency. And for example, this kind of a technique for me is also more really interesting, because become easier to have a color check, also mathematician use a spectrophotometer or other strategy, because I can control the color before the bake, and just in case I can intervene before and consider the thickness, my correction, it will be very easy. This is another interesting advantage why use the micro layer cutback. And in the end, we can see the two crown in zirconia multilayer, micro layer with a liquid ceramic, vestibular, and palatally, I want to draw your attention, no ceramic, no polish, only mechanical polish. So, and now I want to introduce also the future. The future, it will be the full zirconia evolution. Future present, the gradient progressive strength hybrid zirconia represent for me the last evolution, because I represent a new technology from the company. And now we have available zirconia where can found different translucency, but most of all different strengths, 750 to 1100. But interesting, this kind of material combine perfectly the optical property and with the toughness. This kind of solution is interesting because offer us the property of the super translucent cubic zirconia, but also for the full contour bridge, for example. This is interesting because this kind of material offer the big restoration, but having also the property that normally I can find in cubic zirconia: toughness and translucency. In combination, the micro layer technique. We can see internal live stain to create the basic color, internal effect, mamelon or polishing, and then one element of the liquid ceramic. I want to mention these cases. I want to draw your attention regarding the sum effect. This kind of solution is a zero cutback zirconia. Most of all, consider that I don't use infiltration technique before, but I want to explore through the quality of the liquid ceramic and most of all the quality of the zirconia. I want to reach the final solution. So now we are at the moment to pull some final comment. In our job, our choice depends on our needs. For our needs, I want to summarize the needs of the patient, the needs of the dentist, and needs of the technician. So difficult to propose always only one solution. I already showed you before, because all material, all patient need to reproduce have the request for is aesthetic, but maybe we need also the toughness, and so we need maybe can change it. Maybe we can introduce also the cost, but I want only highlights the importance to use this kind of zirconia, using probably exploiting more and more the digital workflow, but without missing the value and quality. This is important aspect for me, because one want to reach the maximum quality in case I have the high level request. Maybe I can use the porcelain, the full layer situation, full layer technique, but why not think it to use the multi-layer zirconia today, considering that today we have available ideal material to reach perfectly the request and to solve the request. So I'll start, for example, for the biodesign, because the bio-digital design today is possible to change our internal design according to the request, and most of all, according to the level of difficulty for the solution. When I speak about the difficulty, in reality, I won't mention the difficulty regarding to reproduce the color. We all know that the difficulty, the color depend on the internal natural abatement color, depend on the thickness available, depend on the quality of the preparation, depend also the individual characterization that the patient have. So this kind of difficulty, I want to summarize faster, can create a different level of our difficulty. For example, I can use zirconia in the biodesign as a dent in some cases, or when there is the high difficult request. In that case, maybe I need to use more porcelain in order to, for me, is more easy to reproduce the final color. In some cases, for example, we have a medium difficult. What meaning medium difficult? Multiply unit, but most of all, for example, I can use the project, and most of all because I can avoid to layer palatally, because, for example, the dentin need to have less prep for the palatal wall. Or why not? Low difficulty. The low difficulty when, for example, not only multi-unit element, not only multiply element, but for example, also because the big intervention, the big restoration offer to me to respect easily the mimetism. Is for me more easy to replicate the aesthetic, and why not to respect the approved project. When the dentist approve the project together the patient, for me is important to maintain this promise. So I want to maintain this kind of proposal. So the zero cutback could be a sense. So I want to show you toward the final conclusion, analyze the clinical case. For example, I want to show you the option 1, high difficulty. In that case, anterior tooth, 2 element, one tooth is natural, one tooth is implant, the natural versus the implant abutment. In that case, for example, I use microlayer, I use zirconia multi-layer, but as a dentin, in order to already recreate the internal anatomy, where through the internal lifestyle can manage the fluorescent. I want to remind that zirconia is not fluorescent, but it's important to have available a material can give me the possibility to transform in an individual way the zirconia in fluorescent, because fluorescent is a hidden color dimension, but is very important for the ideal mimetism in different conditions of the life. For this, for me, it's important to have in my system a possibility to manage the floor directly on zirconia, increasing also the link, the liner with this ceramic and zirconia, and maybe intensify some little detail. And then step 2, I cover all with a very thinner layer in order to create a core of the tooth. Because after the step 2, first bake, last layer, really fast, 3 element easy, the step 3 is to fix on this kind of ceramic some characterization. It's important for me to put inside some crack line or palatians, the mamelon, directly on this surface. Zero thickness, very thin material. And then the final bake, the final luster bake, using the opalescent porcelain in order to recreate easily using a very easy recipe, 4 element, 4 element, cover all totally the core in order to recreate the anatomy, the final morphology, to recreate the 2 crown, and in zirconia micro layer using zirconia multi-layer as a core, as a dent. Option 2, medium difficulty, because it's a multiply unit, multiply element. The patient is not satisfied with this old restoration. We surely can work before in the project, digital or temporary, and we just arrive at the new generation or new version of the digital prototype. This kind of prototype helped me to recreate the maximum value, but using the software, I present my personally library of the put in so where I have the different chance. For example, I have the full contour zero cutback, or I already digitally the micro cutback according to the shape, triangle, square, and ovoid, and according to the age. And we have a library with a free palatal wall in order to I already prep. But don't forget, it's not enough. It's fundamental always to adapt this kind of micro cutback design for the individual request of the patient. Because as a ceramist, it's fundamental my role in digital design, because my job in micro cutback, micro layer start digitally. For this, it's very important for me to combine the ceramic accuracy in combination with the new digital workflow. And then now we start for the micro layer in the buccal wall, directly in very thin thickness, very thin, where I use very few quantity of ceramic, I will show later, but always I want to work on with the internalized stain, direct to zirconia, in order to increase the fluorescence, in order to increase the opalescence. And after this kind of bag, the drop technique, because in the micro layer, for me, it's very important to be careful about this kind of technique in order to control perfectly and maintaining the humidity, in order to have the maximum quality of ceramic. Even is I use a very thin thickness, 0.8, 0.3. And we can see my recipe for this kind of work, where the request was the whitology, the patient needed the whitology request, but maintain a natural approach. We can see the 6 hybrid solution, micro layering on multi-layered zirconia, and palatal wall free zirconia, only polished palatally and self-glazed for anterior. And we can see the final job after the cementation. Option 3, low difficulty. In that case, we can see the very old metal ceramic. The patient won't change the aesthetic. Probably there is other problem. The dentist remove this crown and reprep the abutment. I won't show you this kind of the base because for zirconia multilayer, considering metal-free is very important to consider the final color, the natural abutment color, and which is the best material to create this kind of request. And then, for example, I want to draw your attention regarding the vertical preparation. More and more useful for the dentist is more and more frequent that I receive this kind of request, and this kind of request offer to me recreate a morphology can support the tissue, but most of all, the zirconia multilayer represent a material ideal for this kind of solution, can offer a good quality. In combination with the project, we won't show you the project, the prototype, and considering the dentist, the patient, want to have the same final solution, the same morphology that I propose to them initially, is interesting thinking in the zero cutback solution. Consider a micro layer, ultra micro layer on zero cutback zirconia. We can see the zero cutback before sintering and after sintering. I already said, interesting today, that we have a lot of chance of shade available. And so it's very interesting that when I had to select which blank use, I had to think perfectly as a ceramist. For example, in that case, base color is A2. Maybe for my experience, interesting to use a 1 point less of the chroma in order to use the liquid ceramic to manage the effect and the chromaticity. In that case, I use a cubic zirconia, 4 cubic zirconia, ultra translucent, because are single crown. It's really interesting that I use zirconia cubic as a ceramic, and so I had to treat the surface, the morphology, macro and micro, in order to reproduce the morphology effect. Because I will show you the optical properties are already interesting. Now, to finish the match, is important to have some effect, some material as a liquid ceramic in order to recreate the important effect. As I said before, it's important to be careful surface, fundamental to recreate the macro and micro shape, and most of all for me, is important to refinishing with the paper cone, the master cone, the surface. And after the sandblasting, we can continue for the 3D micro layer with the liquid ceramic directly on zirconia full contour multi-layer. This is my formula when I use the multiply low difficulty, because this kind of solution offered to me a vestibular layering, micro layer effect, palatally, no zirconia, no ceramic, no glaze, only mechanical polishing through the diamond paste. And we can see the case after the cementation in the buccal vision. Sure, the level is because also the color in this kind is not complex, but I want to draw attention regarding the 3D effect. It's interesting, this 3D effect I can obtain we combine the multi-layered zirconia cubic in combination with a multi-layer using the new generation with liquid porcelain. And then we can see the buccal view, palatal view, where I have only zirconia free, totally free and only polished. Really interesting for the dentist, because for him it is easy, correct and polished, but most of all is interesting because this kind of zirconia respect the antagonist, respecting the antagonist, most of all the wear of our natural antagonist. And this request more and more is very important. And today there is many scientific research can confirm that today zirconia represents the more compactness material, and most of all offer the preservation of the natural antagonist over our patient. For the reason more and more, another reason, because why use the multi-layered zero cutback? Because also to respect the antagonist is fundamental to use a material as a multi-layered zirconia. So to reach the conclusion of my lecture, considering some case again, and most of all, before to anticipate our conclusion. The first doubt today for me in my lab with my client, I work with my staff in Italy. I have a lab where the main commitment is aesthetic and digital workflow. Consider that I work on several dentists in different regions, in different areas, in different countries. And consider also this kind of distance. The digital workflow is fundamental, but it's fundamental to select correctly material and select correctly the strategy, cutback or zero cutback today. Because depending on the level, I have to decide which is the best strategy already digitally. For example, in high difficulty, I need to create always, I prefer to create a cutback, a micro cutback, in order to have the HD micro layer where I to combine porcelain and internalized stain. In medium difficulty, probably is enough a micro cutback 0.5, 0.3, where I can use a 3D micro layer ceramic, or low difficulty, maybe zero cutback, where I use the 3D micro layer using a specific liquid ceramic. So I to conclude with the two cases where different strategy. The first, I want to draw your attention on the importance of the full digital workflow. We all know that today is normal to receive the file STL regarding the impression and also regarding the initial analysis of the patient. We can see the case, the patient want to change this kind of aesthetic for the anterior tooth. The dentist sent to me the digital impression in order to analyze for him a tooth made a project. Because through this kind of digital project, I can do model in order to the dentist can transfer in the mouth the 3D mock-up in resin in order to decide which is the best, which it will be the correction, all discussion before to start our restoration. And then, when the dentist approves in combination with the wish of the patient, he decides to continue the job. He prepared for 4 crowns. And I received the impression regarding the preparation, and always want to draw attention regarding the vertical preparation in that case, and the temporary crown. And now, through this kind of information, I can manage, I can work digitally to create a micro cutback crown, micro cutback zirconia single crown. And I want to draw attention regarding the design, the polishing design internally. So we can see the micro cutback zirconia multi-layer after sintering and after the individualization with the internal stain, and then only one element porcelain for a micro layer, and then self-glaze for the ceramic vestibular wall. And I want to draw your attention on some optical effect, where it's interesting to consider the quality of zirconia in combination with the ceramic, but most of all, where the internal design, the anatomy is interesting. And then for the palatal side, the mechanical polishing. In the left, before, in the right, after mechanical polishing. No glaze, no ceramic, anything. Only diamond paste, a gut brush. And then we can see the final result for the 4 hybrid solution, micro layering ceramic on multi-layer zirconia and palatal zirconia free. The last case, I want to show you the last case considering the high difficulty because it's a solution implant, but in reality, we can use my experience on zirconia and micro layer also in this case. We will note that our work started with a project. I want to show you the digital project, the first digital project, that to create a prototype in milled PMMA, because I want to fit in the mouth, to check in the mouth, to know the feedback, and to show the real possibility for me for the final result. Consider the request is a 2 Toronto bridge on implant, which is the best material, but before to decide, always is the fundamental to finalize digitally the project, because the request is the single crown in zirconia for the aesthetic and functional request, and metal framework to create the structure. We can see 2 different projects. The first step is milling the wax, because using the file for the framework, I won't use the no precious alloy fused. No precious fused alloy, because I won't create a material versatility, because I can possible to reintervene, it's possible to modify easily, considering that I can respect the project. Second, I milled the full contour zirconia multi-layer for the cupping that I will bond indirectly. And we can see the the full contour zirconia single crine separated that I finish through the micro layering using liquid ceramic on the full contour in order to recreate the individual effect. And we can see, I want to draw your attention regarding some 3D effect, and the end, the final assembly, bonding this crown directly to the framework. And then for the gums area, I will use composite pink layering because the composite offer to the dentist are easy reintervented during the time. So this is a combination, the final work, a micro layering and Toronto bridge, using for the final work the full contour zirconia crowns, the pink composite for gum, and no precious alloy for the frame. And to finish my presentation, what we have learned, what I learned, because for my experience, the multi-layer zirconia today represent a need because can replicate the optical mechanical property of the natural tooth, represent I ensure versatility, and one aspect interesting for dentists, ensure compactness. And regarding the other main topics for my lecture, the micro-layer technique is an option because it can easily complete to the initial project. For me, it's fundamental, also today in the digital era, where also the preview speaker show the important how we have to dedicate to this kind of work, because the project digital represent a new frontier of our job. It ensures preservation of the natural antagonism. This is a very interesting approach, interesting to the dentist. It our effective digital solution lab and at the dental clinic. This is a very interesting because we can use also totally digital workflow. And then before to thanks, I want to thank the Arab Dental Lab magazine because for this option to participate to dental online conference. And I want to follow the next speaker, one Italian lady, the interesting master in Italy, Lorena Della Riva, my personal friend, very good technician. I proud to be here in the same panel, consider the his quality and his level of the work. And I want to mention another important, my friend, Jiang Shina, can offer to us to complete my lecture, consider his experience regarding the quality of the treatment in zirconia of the new generation. And I want to thank you for your attention, that I hope to have another opportunity to meet you personally. And now we can use this kind of type of communication. But I hope for you it was useful and interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are very interesting about this topic because everyone now use monolithic zirconia. This is very interesting and wish to have your course in Dubai in June. We invite everyone interesting to have in-depth course and practical course in Dubai. We invite everyone to have this course in June.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Thank you, Basem, for the
Thank you.
invitation. Thank you again to be here.
Thank
I
you.
left the stage for the next speaker to continue your offline congress. Thank you very much. Have a
Thank
nice
you.
day.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you, Rostislav.
We have to
Okay, do you see me? Алло, алло. Ну, там какая-то ошибка. Я понял, спасибо. Okay, dear colleagues, do you hear me? There are some problems with the broadcasting. I've just got a message from Lebanon and everything okay.
Yes, now we return.
Okay, so
1
shall I
minute.
press demonstration of the screen?
Yeah, 1 minute. I give you co-hosting.
Hello, this is Alex from Barcelona. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Now you can share your screen.
Is everything okay?
Yes, now you can share your screen.
Can you see my presentation?
No, not yet. No, we cannot see. We only see the whiteboard.
White again, white.
Yes, white screen.
And now,
Can you try again? You can cancel share and again come.
okay, just a moment.
From the top.
Does it work? Can you see the presentation?
No, not yet. We only see the whiteboard.
Right. Maybe I will try to enter to the Zoom conference again.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, please, for a couple of minutes. And can you see the presentation now?
1 minute. Yes, now we can see. Perfect.
Yes,
You can
all
see.
good.
Is okay?
Yes, super. Now everything is perfect.
That's great. Okay, can I start?
So, start. You are on board. Let's go.
Okay. Would you like to say a couple of words or shall
Yes, yeah, sure. We are very pleased to invite Mr. Rostislav Kozimoshenko about the art of individualizing of all ceramic restoration, and this topic is very interesting. He is the expert of Sirona dense supply, and he have a very good skills in making a very nice job. We can share very interesting this topic. Thank you very much.
Okay, I start. Good morning or good afternoon, sorry, dear colleagues. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Rostislav Kuzmichenko, as was said by Bassem, and I live and work in Ukraine. There's a location of my dental laboratory, and at the same time, I'm an opinion leader of Dentsply Sirona in Ukraine and CIS countries. That's the way my city, the capital of Ukraine, looks nowadays when we celebrated the New Year. And at the time of my master classes and lectures, schemes of layering, schemes of stratification, or schemes of applying of stains, that's the part that attract the biggest attention of the audience. But I always say to dental technicians who are visiting my master classes, please, it's not enough only fix these schemes. Please try to understand their logic. This way, you will be able to become the author of the schemes yourselves. And the other important thing is to observe the natural teeth, to find some elements that combine their visual appearance and try to equal components in our ceramic systems, to try to mimic them, try to imitate them. When we have such an artistical approach, we look like an artist. We copy nature like an artist. And this is a very exciting thing, a very exciting work, because nowadays we have three very important instruments that are very useful and very effective to create the aesthetics of our restoration, and all of them are very important. This is the all ceramic framework material. This is veneer and porcelain for individualization of our restoration, and of course this is these are our stains that are especially developed to apply on our restoration. And I will take as a basis work with pressable porcelain material, but I would like to advertise any system. Please, I would like to use this technology as a basis. You can use the similar principles if you work with other framework materials, with other all ceramic press wall materials, zirconia, or other kind of milled materials, lithium disilicate, for example, or feldspar. And please, firstly, take a closer look at this pressed object, at this pressed restoration. We can see that it is opalescent, and this is very, very translucent. So it's very important to pay attention to the shade of our prepared tooth, and there are different ways to do that. Of course, everyone knows the classic way to mimic the shade of prepared teeth. This is the resin cement that is offered by every manufacturer. And we can use this material first of all, but this material can be individualized with composite stains, and please pay attention to this way too. And the other way to imitate the shade of prepared tooth is the line of natural dye spacers. We have selection of different dye spacers, and we can apply it on the dye, and this way this dye will imitate the appropriate shade of the prepared tooth. And we can use, for example, the silver or gold dye spacer to imitate the metal post of the appropriate material. We can make a Geller model, and after that duplicate our dye with silicone and make the copy out of acrylic with the proper shade. This copy can be individualized with composite paints too. But my favorite way to individualize my dyes to mimic the shade of prepared patient's teeth is the dentin wax. And this dentin wax can be modified with crayons. This is a very cheap and very effective way. A very, very good technician from Peru, Edwin Zanabria, told me about this system, and this is his present for me, this beautiful, nice llama. Please have a look. I can compare the shade of effect, and I can find the grain of the proper shade that is practically equal to this shade. At the same time, I can melt together different grains, for example, red, yellow, and gray, and to add in the same in different ways to my dentin wax, and this way I get the dye of the proper shade. And I like this technique because I have an unlimited opportunity to modify every segment of the prepared tooth. For example, to mimic metal post, or to mimic the enamel area, or to mimic some chromaticity or some discoloration. And after that, at the time of making of the restoration, I can take into account all these things. And this way, I avoid the opportunity of aesthetic damaging of my restoration. And I can use tooth picks the wooden handle, or I can make this wax dye to the impression. There are two ways, by the way, of this technology. The first way, to put the melted wax directly to the impression and form the dye this way. The other way is to put the melted wax to the crown, to the directly. After that, to remove it from the crown and fix in the impression. And after that, to make the model of this kind. And in this situation, in this case, I used white wax to fix the wax dye, but I can use pink wax as well, and this would be even more better picture of the, because this way I can take into account influence of the soft gum tissues of the patient that influence the final shade of the restoration. And of course, when I check, when I control the shade of my restoration at the time of staining, or at the time of at any step of the technology, I put some drying gel, transparent as a rule, drying gel on the surface of the dye, mimicking the shade of the prepared tooth. This way I can avoid presence of the air between my dye and between my restoration, and that is a true impression, true expression of the shade in general. And I would like to start my lecture about individualization of all ceramic restorations from staining technique. Due to development of framework materials and due to development of CAD/CAM systems, that technique has become the favorite one for the majority of dental technicians. And modern framework, all ceramic framework materials, they not only have the warm color, they are opalescent too, like Celtra Press or Celtra Duo. But we must take into account the kind of glaze when we customize the monolithic restoration. As a rule, every manufacturer provides us with two kinds of glazes. There are regular glaze or high flue one. I know two glazes provides us such a manufacturer as Ivoclar. And what is the difference? Please have a look at this charming young lady, and she had a charming smile until she went to the disco. And it turned out that her monolithic restorations made from zirconia, maybe lithium disilicate, they were glazed with not a proper glaze. So that glaze wasn't fluorescent, and that's the result of this wrong choice of the dental technician. They looked quite nice at the daylight or at some artificial light, but in the light of the discos, they reveals this lack of fluorescency. When we cover our restoration with veneering porcelain, as a rule, it is fluorescent itself. But when we finish our restoration and using stain and glaze technique, we have taken into account that our materials for glazing and staining must be fluorescent. Have a look at the next picture, the way the fluorescency of the monolithic restoration changes when we apply high flu glaze. At the same time, please look at the bridge on the right picture when it's veneered with veneering porcelain material, so we don't have such a problem. As a rule, material framework, all ceramic framework materials such as zirconia, lithium disilicate, or a new generation silicates reinforced with zirconia, they are not fluorescent enough. So, but we don't have such a problem when we used framework materials that contains a feldspar as a basis. But this kind of materials has a very serious disadvantage. It is not as strong as zirconia and lithium disilicate. And I would like, my dear colleagues, you to find in my lecture some tips and tricks that will be useful at the time of your everyday's work. So I collected some tips and tricks I use every day. And firstly, I would like to start with some advices about using of stains. As a rule, every system of stains includes shade stains. In Dentsply Sirona system, they have a name as body stains. And the first advice, we can influence the translucency of our monolithic restorations. Sometimes this translucency is too sufficient, and we can see that our stamp is visible. It's obvious if we look at the left picture. But if we mix the proper stain, body stain with white, we can increase opacity of this mixture, and we can apply it on the surface of our monolithic restoration and mask this segment to avoid lightening effect of the stamp. Every system of stains include incisal stains, and our monolithic restoration can be customized in enamel areas with help of these stains, or have shades like purple, violet, blue, and gray to emphasize enamel edge, for example. But I'd like you to pay attention to the next two components, red and blue, because when we mix them together we can get the complicated violet shade. And this shade is the ideal solution when we have a plan to create the illusion of translucency, to illusion of transparency of our monolithic restoration. When this mixture is applied on the surface of the monolithic restoration, we can change the light. We can increase the absorbing of the light, and visually this segment will look more translucent, or even more transparent. The other three important components are red, yellow, and blue. And when we mix them together, we can get the complicated gray. This is the classic mixture, and a lot of authors written their books about this mixture. With help of complicated gray, we can reduce the value of our restoration without affecting its hue and chroma. And red stains, they're necessary if you want to achieve the good in vivo blending. Look at the cervical aspect of natural tooth. We can find in this segment the presence of chromatic orange shade due to a thin layer of enamel of natural tooth, and at the same time there's influence of gingiva surrounding our restoration. So we can put our red stain and to achieve good in vivo blending, good integration with our soft tissues, or we can put only orange stain and to achieve more sufficient chromaticity. But if we mix these two components together, we will get the universal component, and the crown will look much better if we apply this mixture on the cervical aspect. And in general, there's a wide selection of stains in every stain system, and every dental technician has a choice what way to choose, because every effect of the natural tooth can be created both with effect porcelain material or with a proper stain. And very important bright stains like white, cream, and cream. Of course, this is a necessary component to emphasize cusp tips or mamelons. Our restoration will be more aesthetic when we use these stains. At the same time, we can emphasize ridges and cingulum on the labial or palatal side of front teeth, or we can paint cracks if there's such a necessity, or create other kind of contrasts. And now I'd like to say a couple of words about halo effect. We can use cream as universal stain to create it at the time of staining. And I use this stain and this technique even when I work with porcelain, and to create my enamel area in 3D with help of porcelain material. And after crown is finishing, technically it's not a problem to create the halo effect with help of this stain. But please, dear colleagues, pay attention that this halo effect is equal in its shade to the shade of dentin that we can find in the enamel third. So we can mix white with proper shade stain and to achieve the right color of our halo effect, and this way the aesthetic of our crown will be increased. And as I said previously, the new generation of all ceramic framework provides us with an excellent aesthetics, and we can achieve the shade matching when we use, for example, Celta press. If we make monolithic restoration from the proper ingot that is selected according to the appropriate shade chosen from the shade guide. This crown can be slightly customized with enamel stain. We can customize enamel area, enamel thought, and we can add some color on the occlusal surface, surface in forces. And we can emphasize cusp tips with help of cream, and this way to increase the aesthetic of our crown. And the similar technique can be applied when we customize with help of stains and glaze front teeth, for example. crown on the single central. Again, palette MTA1 for the shade A1. We only customize the enamel area. After that, add some cream to create the more visible mamelons, and put some cream on the enamel edge to create the halo effect. And we can use complicated violet mixing blue and raspberry and to put it in the space between mamelon or on the corner of our restoration. But please take a closer look at the shade guide. One of this picture is a regular one. One of them is with extremely increased saturation, and the third one is with extremely reduced one. So we can see the picture of our shade guide in black and white, and we can see obvious distribution of brightness. The segment near the enamel area is brighter, and the segment closer to the cervical aspect is darker. And if we made the picture of our restoration press from palette A1 for shade A1, we can see the difference. We don't have such a distribution of brightness. We don't have such situation when we use multi-layer zirconia or press ingots multi. But if we use regular ingots, it's a very effective way to select the brighter, lighter ingot, for example, A1 for shade A2. And after that, we customize it like in previous way with help of shade stain. We can add some orange on the cervical aspect. We can emphasize enamel area and to create an illusion of opalescence when we add some blue near the edge of our enamel area, and of course emphasize cusp tips with bright stain like cream. And this way the result will be natural looking. Of course, I forgot to mention we can add some brown stain if the patient and the dentist don't mind, because I personally like color forces with brown stain, but not all my customers like this approach. And if we increase the saturation of our picture, we can see more natural distribution of brightness. So this is a very effective technique when we finalize our monolithic restoration. We can see the distribution of brightness from the buccal aspect. And the same technique can be used when we finalize the single central, for example. So again, the brighter ingot was used, A1 for shade A2, and we can see that the stamp is visible. So the first task is mask this area. And as I said previously, the proper shade stain can be mixed with white color, and this way the opacity of this mixture is increased, and it can work like opacious denting at the time of layering technique and to mask this area. And after previous firing, we continue our technique with applying of body stain, with applying of orange body stain to emphasize the cervical aspect. After that, we continue customize our enamel area with regular enamel stain and emphasize mamelon and halo with cream. And after that, we can emphasize enamel edge to make illusion of transparency with help of my favorite mixture of red and blue. In our system, the they have names as blue and raspberry. But my dear colleagues, please take a closer look at natural teeth. By the way, this is a picture of the teeth of my son, his age of 15. And again, we can see distribution of brightness. And please have a look on the cervical margin. They are orange and red at the same time, quite a special shade. Please look at the transparency on the enamel edge, and this transparency is hidden inside. So there is such as in transparent chamfer. And after that, this transparency is colored with less transparent enamel layer of the enamel. This is a natural distribution of enamels. And of course, we can see a very complicated structure of mamelons near incisal edge and strong halo effect. And when we increase saturation of our picture or instably reduce it and get this picture in black and white, our observation is confirmed. And we dental technicians use the principles that are used by artists. Please look at this picture. This is a diorama. I have two sons and we often visit museums of nature. That's why I decided to use this example. So please have a look at this diagram. We can see the deer and we can see the grass, and they are 3D, but the background is 2D painted canvas. We can see painted sea, painted mountains, and we dental technicians are like the people who create dioramas. So create the picture canvas and to make our help of painting, or we to prove the reality to provide painting of our framework, and after that to apply a 3D veneer and porcelain on the foreground. Or we can customize our restoration completely with help of build-up technique, and to make 3D deers, grass, the sea, the mountains. This full customization will be build-up technique. And let's start with the stain technique. With help of stain, we can achieve the natural effects. The effects I said about those I said previously when I asked to take a closer look at the picture of natural single centrals. And for this technique, we use the brighter ingot. And the first thing that we do is to apply some blue to mimic the transparency of the enamel edge. After that, we create the halo effect with some cream. After that, we keep on applying staining. We apply our body stain, and this way we get the desirable shade and achieve the distribution of brightness. And after that, we add some raspberry on the cervical margin, and this way we increase the level of in vivo blending of our restoration. And the area under mamelon is emphasized with help of red-orange stain. It will provide the contrast, it will provide the natural background for the mamelons that will be created at the time of the next step. And we provide firing to fix that stains, and keep on staining with help of cream. This way we emphasize mamelons to make their structure visible, and after that we need to create the reflecting layer. and for creating of this reflecting layer to avoid too intensive absorption of the light with our monolithic restoration, we can use the mixture of white and proper body stain and apply in the wake like a cloudy spots. And after providing the firing, fixing that applied stain, I keep on with applying of white stain. I was inspired for using of this technique with an article of Paolo Cana. Once I met it in the magazine Quintessence and tried to use his principles of 3D painting. They are very effective. And I need to finalize my restoration with help of glaze. Because I work with Celtra press, lithium silicate enforced with zirconia, I have to use the high flue glaze. So with help of high flue glaze, I can achieve not only the proper gloss of my restoration. This glaze can be used as a texture paste. So I can apply it in quite a thick manner and to make some details of the surface. And this way, my crown will look more aesthetically. But in terms of aesthetics, it's quite a difficult way to achieve the aesthetic light reflecting surface of the restoration. So I can replace this white thin film of stain with a thin film of white veneering porcelain. When I make the wax of my restoration, I reduced it slightly, 0.1 millimeter, and for pressing I use ingot MT, A2 for the shade A3, for example, or A3.5. So there must be slightly brighter ingot, and I keep on working with making of the wax dies imitated the shade of the prepared teeth. And after that, I color in the previously manner. Again, I make distribution of value. Again, I apply a body stain to achieve the proper shade of my restoration. Again, I customize the enamel third with help of proper enamel stain and add illusion of translucency with help of blue shade. That's the way my restoration looks after the firing. And I keep on customizing it with help of whitish opalescence enamel, like EO6 from the Celtra Ceram system. And this porcelain material is very convenient for using for this technique because it's not necessary to provide the previous wash firing, and I can apply it with a thin layer on any segment of my restoration. That's very useful from the technical point of view. And I finish customization of my restoration with help of high flue glaze. I can add some stains in occlusal fossa, for example, or to emphasize some elements of this restoration. And please have a look. The single molar was finalized only with help of glaze and stains. And for these 3 units on the upper picture, I use this technique with micro layering of whitish opalescent enamel. And if we make a close, precise look at the fourth of the molar, we can see that there are some areas when we can't see the previous sharpness anymore because the glaze slightly influenced the level of individualization of this crown. But if we have a look at our restoration that was finished with help of whitish opalescent enamel, we don't have such a problem. It has more high level of the individualization and detalization. And this is one more example of using of this technique. But in terms of aesthetics, imitating of enamel areas with stains is compromise in terms of aesthetics. When dental technicians use this technique, they are like children that paint windows of the houses with help of blue color. That's why we use cut back technique, and I'd like to say a couple of words about the principles that can be used at the time of this technique. The first one is to apply quite a bright enamel that is not very translucent, and with help of this enamel we can achieve the distribution of value of our restoration, and of course we achieve the presence of enamel third, the presence of the segment absorbing the light. And in this case, for shade A2, for example, we used the palette A2, and because we will use the enamel for cutback technique, we can use LT ingot for pricing of this all ceramic frame work. But please have a look what we have if we use light enamel for distribution of value. Our enamel third is not very translucent, and if we want to create a beautiful structure of mamelons, this structure will be masked with the layer of this enamel. So the second way is to choose the lighter ingot for pressing of this framework, and after that to provide the previous staining with help of body stains. This way we can achieve the final color and to provide the distribution of our value. At the same time, there's an opportunity to individualize the enamel area and to emphasize mamelons with some bright stain. When we use this technique, this solution, we can use more translucent enamels to create the enamel area and to apply them with a thinner layer. And the same technique we can use when we make crowns for molars, for example. And I would like to say a couple of words about more complicated technique. Have a look, the shade of the ingot was selected according to the shade of the middle part of the lateral of this bridge. After that, the bluish opalescent enamel effect was applied to create the enamel frame, and for distribution of brightness, the light regular enamel was applied on the lateral and a little bit on the corner of on the ridges of the canine. We kept on working with the power denting. This is a bright, this is a rather bright porcelain with increased chromaticity, and this porcelain can imitate the structure of mamelons very effectively. And to increase the reflection of the light in the middle part of the central mixture of bleach and whitish opal enamel was used. After that, I overlap everything with transparent opalescent enamel in the enamel set, and with translucent opalescent material in the middle segment of the restoration. And I can use enamel effect like sunset. This is the orange enamel effect to increase chromaticity of the area of the cervical aspect. And the last technique I would like to say is the full customization with help of veneering porcelain material. I know the dental technicians, my colleagues, less and less like these techniques because no one likes working hard. It's much easier to create the monolithic restoration according to the full shape of the tooth and finalize it with stains. But if we need to achieve the best aesthetics, and if we need to customize one single central, for example, or we need to mask the discoloricity of prepared tooth, this technique is still used. For masking of discoloration, we use MO, medium opacity ingots, but this is not the only solution, because bleach ingots can mask the discoloration too, due to the brightness. In this case, we need to create the proper shade of our framework, to correct the shade, to check it with help of shade stain. In our system, its name is body stain. If we want to avoid the concentrated effect, to avoid presence of spots of this stain, we can reduce its concentration with help of high flue glaze, and technically the distribution of this mixture will be more easier task. We can increase the depth of color of our stained framework with help of transparent enamel. We can sprinkled it on the surface of the stained framework and provide the firing. And if after that our framework doesn't mask discoloration of the prepared tooth, we can increase its opacity with help of opacious dentin that is selected according to the proper shade. And please bear in mind that we can increase illusion of depth when in the area of enamel thread the brighter opacious dentin mix with gray dentin effect is applied. This way we increase the depth of color of our crown. And classic way to make a build up to choose the dentin of the proper shade, slightly emphasize transparency of the enamel edge with help of opalescent transparent material, and after that to apply it light enamel that has an reduced translucency to provide the presence of enamel thread and to provide the distribution of value of our restoration. But like working according to the cutback technique, there is one more approach. For example, I used this approach when I made the single crowns. There was different dentin was applied. So in the area of enamel, I applied the lighter dentins, and after that I used more translucent enamel, opalescent enamel. And that crown was rather nice in the patient's mouth. And I'm about to finish my lecture, and I would like to say a couple of words about using of effect masses. Remember to use orange dentin effect. We can emphasize the area under mamelons or emphasize the lingual or palatal aspect of the front crowns. We can emphasize our mamelons with help of a bright powder that has increased chromaticity, and that effect will be very smooth. We can use the dentin effects such as blue, gray, and violet and mix them with the transparent material to achieve the special effects of our enamel. And the dentin effects can be used to correct the general shade if we use full customization. For example, group of shades A is reddish brownish, so we can increase the presence of the red shade if we add some pink dentin effect DE5, or we can increase the yellow shade of group B if we add D7, the yellow one. We can use mixture of power dentin, the element of our veneering porcelain with increased chromaticity with the gingiva dentin, and this mixture is very aesthetic when we apply it on the cervical aspect. And of course, we can emphasize transparent enamel edge with help of transparent materials, and transparent materials with increased opalescence. EO4 is my favorite one, and these porcelains can be used to dilute some effects and to reduce the intensity. And the other component I would like to say, this is enamel effects. So violet enamel effects is very aesthetic when we need to increase the zone of absorption of our enamel layers, especially when we don't have enough room, or we have, or we can make a mixture of high absorption if we mix this material with opalescent transparent, for example. And bluish opalescent enamel has the similar way when it can be used. In our system, its name is Sky. So we can make enamel frame with help of this bluish opalescent material, or to add it on the whole surface. For example, when we work according to the cat bag technique and we don't have enough room for the depth of our enamel layer. Remember to use white, bright components to emphasize cingulums, marginal ridges, or mamelons, for example. And of course, to emphasize cusp tips. This way our restoration will look more natural. We can imitate the gray areas with help of gray effects, or add them if we don't have enough space for depth of transparency of enamel edge. And of course, white and yellow and orange enamel effects can be used as the cervical enamels to increase chroma of some segments, or to emphasize some colored elements of our enamel. But I'd like to say that both technique, full veneering or staining, can be useful in aesthetics. I would like to thank you my dear colleagues, for their attention, and I would like to thank Yaman Chaban, the trainer and employee of Dentsply Sirona, because I used some picture of his in this presentation. I would like to thank Hans-Jürgen Joid, a dental technician from Düsseldorf Dental, because I used a couple of pictures of his. And of course, I would like to thank Dental Labor for this invitation. That was a very exciting thing to take a part of in this excellent event. So thank you again.
Thank you very much for your interesting lecture. It was very helpful and lot of information. It was very attractive. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Wish also to have you in Dubai and make an in-depth course, or maybe after the corona is going out in June or July, we can see you also in Dubai.
Okay, thank you very much for invitation. I will visit your city with pleasure. So goodbye.
Thank you very much. Goodbye. Sorry for the delay because of error in the Zoom, and wish also to have you also in Dubai. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now we have now the lecture is for Mr. Alex Aznar. Hello, everyone.
Hello?
Hi, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sure. Very nice.
Great. Sorry for the delay. My son just woke up and and his mother was not here, so a little, that's home office problems.
Thank you. Welcome very much, Mr. Alex Aznar from Spain. The topic is why to go digital. It's very interesting to know more about the digital dental online conference. The stage is for you now. You can share your screen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before I start, I'd like to give a little background on my profile. I am a dental technician, and I've been working in the dental industry for quite some time now. But I do have a very broad perspective of the industry. I am the trainer for 3Disc, which is an American scanner company, intraoral scanner. And well, thank you, Basim, and Dental Labor for inviting me to this event. I'm very pleased and honored to be here. And well, I hope you enjoy the presentation. So let's get on it. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Well, each time I give a lecture in the past, and as I'm doing right now, I like to speak about general topics like what is technology. I believe that everybody has an idea of what technology is, and that's no different from the dental industry. So please follow me. This is a definition that I found. It's the first definition I found of technology in the net. It's to just type in technology in Google, and you will see this definition. But I believe it's a very accurate definition. Technology is a noun, and it's the application of a scientific knowledge for practical purposes, especially in the industry. Everybody has an idea of what technology is. For me, technology is progress that makes my life easier, for example. I don't know if everybody in the audience can identify this. This is a telephone. Can you believe it? I don't even know when this telephone was developed, but right now, if anybody has an item like this, is a collector's item or something that is not, if it's working, it's a miracle. The difference now is that we have not only a telephone, we also have a music player, a video player, a GPS, a calendar, email. So this is a good example on how evolution is making our lives easier day by day. Well, no, not always, but that's the common concept. Everybody now has a cell phone, and everybody right now can be located a lot easier than before, and well, you know what I mean. Another good example of technology that I like to share with you is the VHS. I mean, I was born with the VHS, and I remember when we wanted to watch a movie, and you had to rewind it. You had to. It was a very analogical way of watching a movie. Whereas now, you have different digital platforms like Netflix, in which you have unlimited content, and there is no physical element. You just have to choose your movie and or your documentary or the content you like, and you just go ahead and watch it. So I believe that that's another example of how technology has changed our everyday life. I could not live without Netflix right now. So all this general concept brings me to the topic of what is dentistry? I mean, what is technology in dentistry? How it has evolved? Because obviously, there is a lot of technology put into the dental industry. This is an analogical impression tray with I believe it's alginate, and this would be the tools that we use nowadays to acquire the data from the patient. I believe you all know what this is. This is an intraoral scanner, and with it, you just take the impression of the mouth of the patient. Another good example of how technology has changed the industry, or is changing currently the industry in nowadays. Also, it has changed the way that the dental technicians work. I don't have the exact numbers, but I believe more and more dental labs which are working only analogical are suffering because of the evolution of technology. I used to work with like this a long time ago, and you know, the way that technology has evolved, now a dental technician usually works like this. This means you have more control over the tools. You can see the colors more clearly. You have exact parameters. And well, it's just another example on how technology has changed our lives. Also, needless to say that technology reached the labs earlier than it reached the dental offices. Currently, most of the labs are equipped with scanners and CAD programs, which make and also nowadays labs are becoming the mentors or the support for the clinics. As putting it simple, labs are advising the clinics on how to do things nowadays because they were earlier in adapting this technology. So now this brings me to the topic that why go digital? I'm sure you all have an idea of what I'm going to talk about, but well, anyhow, I will go through some points that might be interesting for you to think about if you're currently thinking of diving into this current technology. The first topic that I would like to talk about, it's a very trendy topic nowadays, especially due to the pandemic. Many studies and many obvious reasons why intraoral scanning in clinics and in overall the digital workflow is more hygienic than the traditional workflow. You can have there are tons of studies in the internet. I just picked a quote from a study made in 2019, which says that traditional impression techniques require handling multiple items, including the tray, chewing waxes, impression, materials, and associated appliances. These handling factors are eliminated with digital impressions. This basically means that when you're using digital technology, the handling of the objects and the human contact is less. So this means that the transmission of these diseases in the chain of value, from starting from the dentist with the impression trays, following the transmission of the models, the casting of the models in the lab, all that can help diseases to spread very easily, and especially again talking about the pandemic, people more and more, and customers and patients don't really like people manipulating things in the mouth, and also the way that the digital workflow works. It avoids and reduces the risk of contamination very, very much. So I believe that this right now is a very highly interesting point for people to think about when they choose what to do in their, or the trend they need to follow in their clinics. Another reason to go digital is accuracy. For me, accuracy is the main reason why I would use a digital scanner or intraoral scanner or work digitally. Many in the best case scenario, a casted gypsum model is around 300 plus microns accurate, which, you know, for some time it was okay. It was the way of handling the impressions that we were used to. We were used to assuming these lack of these distortions between the data on the mouth and the data that we acquire from the mouth. Nowadays, scanners can go up to 47.5 microns total accuracy in a full arch, which makes it a lot more efficient, and also you avoid repetitions, you avoid retakes, and basically everything works better if you work more accurate. And especially in dentistry, accuracy is a very, very big issue to consider when you are working. Again, then we have patient comfort. Patients are asking more and more for digital technology. They know it's there, they know it's in the industry, and me myself, I would not visit a dentist who is working with analogical impression trays currently. You avoid the gag reflex. It's faster. It's cleaner. It's more user friendly. It's I believe that it's all improvements. Another good reason for people to, or for dentists to dive into the digital technology is the case acceptance. With today's tools, case acceptance has become a big issue. Right now, you can make a really clear diagnostic of a live patient with the different tools that are available. In this case, I just put a simple workflow on how a dentist can scan the patient. The dentist can design how the final prosthetics is going to look like, and show the patient so that the patient accepts the treatment before it is even made. This is very important because you do it in one visit. The first visit, you scan the patient and you propose the final design. When the patient accepts the case, and you can even design the restoration or the mock-up with the patient sitting there right there in your office. So I believe it's also a very nice way of explaining, and it's very educational. You can show the patient live how his or her mouth looks like in that moment. And then that this picture or this workflow can work in a big variety of ways. But the most common one would be sending this proposal to the lab along with the impression, so that the lab can align the impression and the picture and design the final restoration according to, again, what the patient accepted. So this is another good example on how digital impressions and digital workflows work for our own benefit. It's time saving. It's proven that digital impressions take less time to make, and also very important, it take due to the accuracy of these techniques, the retakes are reduced very considerably, and it becomes a time in which you don't even have to make remakes. You're sure that when you are working with digital, you know it's very you know that there's going to be viable, and it's going to be a good work. In some cases, especially even with monolithic restorations, you do not even need a model. You just send the file to the lab. The lab recreates and mills, for example, our zirconia full contour crown, and you just have to place it, glue it, and check the occlusion if you like, and then the patient is ready to go. So it also makes life easier in terms of time. And let's not forget that time is money in the clinic. Another good reason is storage. Legally, dentists have to store the models in somewhere in the cabinet or in a storage room for depending on the country, for some period of time. That can take 2 years, 3 years. While if you're using digital technology, that storage is not physical. You can anytime you want, you can regain that impression from the cloud, and it's not going to lose its capacity. It's not going to lose the quality. So it's another good way of making sure that the impressions you take are stored in a great way, because and they lose the quality after some time. So this is another good way of storing the data. And again, instead of using that box for and I've seen that box for storing models, you can use it and put an extra seat, and gain more money and have a better business also, and a better return of investment. Let me just speak a little bit on how the scanners have evolved. I've been working with intraoral scanners since the days of 2008 probably, and the first scanner that I worked with weighed just the tip was a very, very heavy tip. It was 2.5 kilograms, and when you were scanning with that scanner, you can see how your pulse was wiggling a lot, especially when you were scanning 10 patients a day. It became really, really stressful. And also the resolution was also lower, and it was a big machine. It was huge. It was like 80 kilos heavy. And nowadays scanners have become lighter and more accurate, and even cheaper. Another evolution on this technology is that nowadays scanners are, because some time ago scanners were only meant for the elite dentists, and they were and only the big companies were developing these items like, I don't know, Straumann or iTero. Right now, there's a big variety of scanners, and well, it's just, and also depending on the profile you have on your clinic, you have to be really, really careful on which scanner you use. But nowadays, as you can see in this table, you get scanners that are 150 grams, like the Heron iOS. Then you get Trios, which is 340 grams. You get Medit, which is 276 grams. iTero is one of the heaviest. And also you have other possibilities like color scans, non-color scans, scanners that need powder, scanners that don't need powder. If you take my advice, go for scanners which don't use powder. They are obsolete technology, and they also powder creates distortions in the impressions, and it's also very highly uncomfortable for the patient. Some scanners have a license fee to them, some scanners don't. So, before buying a scanners, I suggest you do your research and choose the scanner which best fits your clinic or your workflow. More data to compare, and very, very important, is the tips of the scanners. Some scanner tips are sterile. You can sterilize them. Some you can't. Some scanner tips are only one use, so they become really expensive, and other scanner tips can be sterilized. For example, you have numbers like 3 disc. You can sterilize them 250 times. That it's in a normal autoclave program. And then you have others like iTero, which are disposable, and others like Medit, in which you can only sterilize them 20 times. So overall, a scanner has to make your life easier for you, not more complex or more expensive. Also very important, you have the open system scanners and the closed system scanners. That's the file output. This means that there's a difference between companies who work in a closed environment, which provide you with the scanner, the milling unit, the CAD design, and the production, and you cannot use any other workflow that is out of that closed system. And then, which is the current trend and the way most scanners operate, they work with open system files. This means that once you have your patient scan, you can either send that file to a lab, you can use it in-house for in-house production if you are working with a CAD system that allows that. You can even mill it in your own in-house production. So what I mean by this is that you have the liberty of choosing how you want to work and who do you want to work with if you're working with open system. Well, that was all my presentation for now. And now I would like to show you how an Intro scanner operates. So I will just reshare my screen. Let me just open the system. And I'll be ready in 1 second. Let me just reshare it. So I open the Heron Clinic software. As you can see, this is what I like about the Heron Clinic. It's a very simple interface, and it really makes the life of the dentist a lot easier. So let's just click on my profile. Let's add a case. This would be the main board for the scanning. Please notice that on your left-hand side, you have the workflow for the restoration. That is, the basic one is scanning the upper, scanning the lower, scanning the bite, and choosing the format of your file and sending it to a lab or exporting it locally. The way labs connect to scanners is by FTP. That means that it's cloud systems. What I do, if I want to send the file directly to a lab which is remote in another location, I just need to scan my file, and at the end of the workflow or at the beginning, you can choose the lab you want to work with. Some dentists use several labs. Some dentists use one lab. That's the beauty of the open system. You can choose, for example, if I like how this lab is working with zirconia restorations, I can send the zirconia restorations to that lab in particular. If I like the laser sintering on this lab, I can choose that one also. So let's do a little scan here. I will start, by the way, this is the Heron Clinic. As you can see, it's very small and very light. That's one thing I really like it, because, you know, once you've started scanning, the first thing in the morning, your pulse is quite good, but after 8 hours of work, your pulse becomes wiggly. That's why I really much encourage people to find light scanners, which make your life easier. So right now I'm going to scan the upper arch. For that, I will rotate the tip so it's more comfortable for me. If I lose the angle, I don't need to rescan or to turn off the scanner. If you can see, it's still working, and I can just jump to the other arch. Once I think I'm finished, I corroborate that my scan is well done. For that, I need to wait a little bit for it to post-process the file and to make proposals, so I can see the data live and check if the scan is correct. So please give it a minute. Here we go. It looks pretty good. Okay, so now I'm going to show you a couple of tools that I have in mind. That I usually use. Like for example, disabling the color of the file. A color scan is very nice and it's useful for many things. But if I need to validate the quality of the surface of the mesh of the scan of the 3D file, the best thing I can do is disable the color. This way, I can see if the surface of the scanning is correct, and especially if there are no misalignments on the 3D mesh. Also, I can check the definition on the margin lines, and check that there are no unscanned sections. I guess you've noticed the blue spots. Those blue spots are unscanned surfaces. That doesn't mean that the scan is wrong. It just means that I haven't scanned in that particular zone at the moment. If those blue dots are not critical for the restoration or for the outcome of the prosthesis, there is no need to rescan. The system will automatically close those holes, and the file will be okay. But if for example, if you get a blue unscanned surface in a margin line or in in a surface that you need to be accurate, all you need to do is rescan. For example, I'm going to cover, let's say, this little dot on the molar. Now again, we need to wait for a little post-processing, and right now it's just stitching the new information to my scanner, to my file. And also, please notice, see, the dot is gone. That's another advantage of using internal scanners. There is no need to remake the impression if it's not okay. You can just focus on the surface that is not scanned, or you need to remake. Another tool could be measuring tools, and this is also valid information for the lab. I can send simple measurements just by clicking on the correct tool. For example, my central incisor is 7.51 millimeters big. It's a big incisor. I'm a big guy, so that will also give a nice reference for the lab. Okay, once we're happy with our scan, we can move on to the next scan, which is the lower arch. Voila, let's take a look. A little advice: if you do this, make sure you brush your teeth in advance. Usually, that's a thing that I learned in a couple of embarrassing moments in exhibitions. You know, you could see the debris of the of sandwich that you just had. Let's take a look. Okay, again, this would be a good example of a lower arch scan. So again, once we're happy, we just have to move on to the bite. Oh, sorry, I need to wait. I'm too impatient sometimes. As you can see, scanners nowadays have become very easy to handle and very fast. They're no longer meant for people who are really into technology and really into digital. These scanners more and more are developed to make it easy for people who just want to take impressions. when scanning a full arch, it is needed to make 2 segments of the byte. So now I've done one. I'm gonna take the impression of the opposing byte. Okay, that's it. So once the byte has been aligned, it will make a proposal, and then I will show you some additional tools that you can use in order to verify the byte, and also to make sure that there's, for example, enough space for your restoration. There's even a nice sound when you finish the post-processing. So this would be my byte. I can see now that most likely I've done it wrongly, because maybe I moved my jaw while I was taking the byte. So that's why on this region I can see the lower teeth showing, but this is just for you to know what tools you can use. So if you activate the distance map, you will have a very clear view of both the byte, if well taken, and also the space you have for the restoration. And also, if you're an orthodontist, this is also very valuable information if you're doing the regular checkups, in order to see if the byte is really doing what you need it to do. After that, I can click next. Again, it will do a new post-processing, and at the end of this stage, I can create a PDF with all the information regarding the work that I just did, and also choose a file format that you would like to share with the lab or with the in-house system you have, and you're good to go, and you're ready for the next patient. I think we're good on time. So after this, if you'd like to ask some questions, just let me finish the whole workflow, and I'll be glad to answer any requests you have. Okay, still getting there. Okay, so let me just share the final screen. Here we go. This would be the ending of the whole process. This is where you verify that the data is okay. You can choose the lab where to send the restoration, sorry, or the scan file. You can add notes. You can add patient pictures. You can also show the order form on a PDF format. And I'm just going to focus a little bit on the CAD program file formats. This is how an open system works. In 3Disc on the Herent iOS, I can choose between Heron Clinic, exocad, and Dental Wings. The main difference is just the way that the files are arranged. So if my lab is working with an exocad system, it's gonna make their lives easier if I send them the file in an exocad format. And then within the formats, you can choose between STL, which is the most common file format in the industry, and then others between OBJ and PLY. The basic difference between these three formats is that the STL is a raw manufacturing file. So when you send an STL, you are losing the color of the file. It's always better if the lab is working with a CAD/CAM system to send it to them if it's supported in an OBJ or PLY format. This means that the lab will design the framework on top of the OBJ, and then the framework will be transformed into an STL, because that's the main difference. STL is for manufacturing, and OBJ and PLY are design formats. But that's, again, it's an open system. It's mainly up to you to decide which formats fits better your workflow. And by this, that's the end of my presentation. And I would like to know if there are any additional questions or requests. I believe we have a couple minutes, so please let me know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex, about this interesting about intraoral scanner, which is the future of dentistry, and this information about the format, everything. Thank you very much. And any question we will send to you by email, and we wish to have a very nice answers about all the intraoral scanner questions. Thank you very much.
You can count on it. Thank you very much, and thanks again for letting me participate in this great event.
You are very welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Bye. Hello, welcome, Lorena Della Riva, the expert in EFG technology, anatomic function geometry, which is a concept of making. Hello, welcome, Lorena Della Riva, the expert in EFG technology, anatomic function geometry, which. Okay. You can share our screen 1 minute. I will give you the co-hosting. Now you are on the stage. You can share your screen freely.
So here we are. Okay, so excuse me, Bassem, why I see all the picture of the Bassem, Rondoni, Alex. Maybe have to change how?
No, no problem. It's okay. Maybe on your screen only, because we see you.
It's on my screen, so but okay, doesn't matter. It's not important, okay, because it's only something that. Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everybody. And to all of you. Ciao a tutti I miei amici italiani che mi stanno seguendo. Thank you, Mr. Bassem, for the invitation, and Dental Lab for working so hard to create culture and training. And I must say that I have a big emotion now, because today really we watched such a incredible and great people good technician, amazing presentation. So I hope to be at the level. So, okay. I present myself. I'm Lorena Dalla Riva, and I'm speaking to you from home in Vicenza. That is a small city, but very rich of architecture. And we are near to the most famous Venice in Italy. I'm a dental technician, and the math that I prefer in dentistry is aesthetics. So about me, I'm a dental technical consultant for ceramic department in Noble Metal. Noble Metal is an Italian company. In my case, I'm a consultant for Diva and Glam Ceramics. Diva is a PFM ceramic, and Glam is for metal-free like zirconia and lithium disilicate as well. But Noble Metal is a big company in Italy, and they provide many others like materials, solutions, machine services, so everything dental laboratories needs. And I have got an international certificate as an official AFG training coach. AFG means anatomical functional geometry, as already Balsam said. And AFG is a dental modeling technique that has broadened, and it's horizontal to the design and the communication of the shape based on the discovery of objective numerical codes and geometric repetitiveness. So that are typical of the human dental shape. This is a work that Alberto Battistelli did for 20 years. He with other two dentists. And about this, he wrote this book, AFG Modeling. And so we can say that so it's a way to find anatomical form and proportion. So let's say is how to do a tailor-made teeth. That is important. Better is to read this book by Alberto Battistelli for go deeper on this. And this book is, which is translated in 13 languages. One was in Chinese, and they made this amazing movie to present this book. But the focus of today is ID technique, meet AFG method for pressed veneer. ID technique, ID means incisor edge design that say, let's save the tooth contour. It's a technique dedicated to making lithium disilicate crown and veneers. This type of reduction is already done by zirconia, but I dedicated to the disilicate. That is the material that I use the most. And to explain what incisor design means, I'm going to show you this case. So we see together the steps to understand the reason why I named this technique. So the initial case, the patient needed to have crowns to replace the 4 incisors. Modification of spaces, proportion, only slightly increase strength and increase overjet, as you can see on the diagnostic box-up. And only we make waxing, but I wasn't really sure that the patient wants to accept, because at the beginning she wasn't sure to remake this teeth. And so I make just a normal silicone mask. But with the mask, the patient prepares sort of mock-up from my diagnostic workshop, and the patient accepts. So we went on with the provisional. The doctor request is to keep the copy-paste type, the functionalized palatal and incisor area for dysfunctional problems of the patient. And even if this concept is can be applied to all the patient, of course, where they found comfort with a prototype reconstruction in the month is the right way to duplicate it. And we see here the preparation. It's a vertical preparation, so there is different thickness between the four crowns in order to preserve the dental material as much as possible. And with this palatal mask, I want to replicate what already exists. So it means the prototype, the provisional, that was functionalized. Of course, this we can do in a wax, in my case, analogical, but how the other author said before, they can use a CAD/CAM system. So in this case, wax up the crowns, and I have faithfully replicated the palatal area, drawing the incisor margin and most importantly, the contact area. For me now, it's no sense to reduce everything, to stratify completely. So I reduce the vestibular face as a ID protocol, and the cervical area, I maintain the cervical area with the ideal thickness, because on a vertical preparation, let's say CBOPT technique. And you know, we are working with the lithium disilicate. The lithium disilicate asks for chamfer preparation. In this case, with the vertical preparation, we must give more, must be stronger. So, so we keep all the incisor outline, measure dista, and the wall edge of almost 2 millimeters enclosing in disilicate strata, and the rest we can layering. So to compensate the different thickness, at this point I prepare the shape of the strata so as to have the same space of layering. I transform everything into lithium disilicate. We all know that the lithium disilicate is also polishable, so I certificate, layering only vestibular, and the other I can just polish it or glaze. And you can see here the first layering here. I don't have enough space, and I put some color, some stains. And at this point, I have to focus only on microstratification. It's a minimal layering, but with targeted masses of effect. Like in this case, with a dentin A1, a Florence cervical row, a sienna, and 2 opal, and a beautiful enamel pearl, one who gives luminosity at the layering. So I'm sorry, but I have all the strange view on my PC. I can see on the left-hand side of my screen, but doesn't matter. So here you can see these masses that I use on this layering. So 2 opal, 1 enamel, 1 dentin, and just a fluorescent cervical mass, raw sienna. So now we see our finished crown, and this is the first break, first firing. Here we have opal medusa, how it is took by the photo, and the finished work. We have the closing margin and the wall contour in lithium disilicate as per ID techniques. And before the final firing, but I have checked the dimension, the proportion. I use a golden sector as well, like as I use the caliber 2. And so I check the shape, but we can see that the proportion is, we have the proportion, and as well with the Czech numerical proportion as AFG suggests. But in these topics, AFG, we go deeper later. So we finish our crown with this technique. During the layering, we do not have to worry about losing the contact points or the incise or edge at the end of the firing. I had this, I must say that I pressed from, I don't know, maybe 20 years when the first pressed ceramic came. And I got some problem during the firing because I lost dimension during the firing. Sometime I had to add one more firing. So that was something that made me nervous. That's why I decided to apply this technique. I find out by myself this technique, ID technique. So I can do as much fire as I want because the understructure that is in lithium disilicate, the wall contour remains stable. So, and everything I have already has been established and confirmed before by waxing or in a CAD, but any case during the design phase. Of course, clearly the technique, we replicate the palatal copy paste type like we did like in the prototype. So clearly in the with this technique is very valid even with a big very big case, but with apparently easy case, a simple case. We all know that when we have just one crown, it's not so easy. It's difficult to put inside the mouth. So in this case, I maintain the contact area, and I devote myself in this case to a microstratification for this tooth. This case came with impression and this photo with the shade guide. I made it and delivery. I must say that nowadays, most of all of my client dentists send me pictures. We work a lot with the pictures, with the shade guide. And it's a really rarely that I can see the patient. Now we go straight to the topic. The topic is pressed veneer. I show you before with the crown because in this case I could explain better ID technique, how it works. So I want to illustrate the smile that we give back. We haven't given back to this gentleman who had fairly healthy teeth, only abrased, and obviously he had an increase in the vertical dimension calculated for his well-being. At this point, I show you the final case. In this final case, all the math is already done. So he has already been rehabilitated inferiorly and in the rear upper quadrant. But now we focus only on the frontal group. Therefore, minimal preparation with the palatal support as there is to recreate the entire incisor contour where the teeth were abrased. So we have here minimal invasive prepare vestibularly. Of course, we have a lot of space inside. So here you see vestibularly how I works up everything, of course, and how the reduction of the wax will be to give the space to stratification that will be slightly thicker on the incisor, where I take out as much wax as I can, so there I can stratify much better, but very minimal on the tooth body. So wax the palatal area and the marginal design, and there will no longer be modified. That remain as I did. I transform the waxing into lithium disilicate, and of course for CAD/CAM lovers can be mild. And now I can concentrate on the layering. The contour of the tooth will be stable. The color reinforced by the structure, and the incisor edge can be integrated with the layering here and there, or for aesthetic effect, and can have small improvements, but everything remain stable. So let's start our layering. I use this ceramic glam that I love it. I find it beautiful because it's very compact and lively. And here we have a dentin, some enamel, and we use translucency. In Italia, we call it grigio complesso by Baby Spina. And my colleague Rosti spoke about complex gray. The right name is luminous gray, but this is a powder. This is translucent. This is a masses that we use in this case. And luminous gray means that it's not opaque, because there is no white and black together, but it came from three primary colors, as by Baby Spina says. So, and we use this translucent luminous gray, opal, tropical, and it is played with a contrast, which are, as Johannes Itten said, the basis of a vibrant result. You must read that book. Johannes Itten is a wonderful book, explaining everything about color, contrast, and the base of our certification, our layering of certification, is must be vibrant, are the contrast. We must play with the contrast. So that is Opal Tropical shade guide. And then we go on. Let's continue our certification with Mamelon Masse and Pearl Enamel. Pearl, that is an enamel that gives luminosity. And that I love. I love that enamel. And at this point, we can decide. We put on all this material. We can decide if to do intermediate firing to check the result of certification and to go on with the right masses, or we could go straight to the end. But we also check the contact area, the contact point, but we see that they have not changed. So after having controlled the result, we can complete the certification with the masses that seems most suitable. In this case, I use enamel with a 50% transparent. That is the pink one. That is not denting, but is this masses. I use some drop of colored water, and Pearl one, and Opal Tropical, and Opal Medusa. Well, so we layered with glam and following my IG technique, and this was a result. So you can see that all the color gray, luminous gray, Opal Medusa, that is that seems like to be a little bit violet, blue violet. They are under the finest layering. I must say that nowadays people doesn't want to see any gray on incisor. They don't want. They all want very normal teeth, not too many evident effect. All the effect must stay under. So we go on with another case. I'm going to show you how I use press veneer, because this is the topics that Mr. Bassen asked me. So this is a young lady who does not accept the current situation of this crossed and slightly crossed teeth and slightly discolored teeth. And in this case, the marriage between the two ID and AFG techniques are perfect for the solution of this aesthetic realization. The images that I received by the dentist, that I say thank you, Giorgio Damorin, for the picture. The technique that he used is to make the least invasive preparation possible using the mock-up. So, and he, of course, he prepare more the tooth 1.1 because it was the crossed tooth. So we made the measurement of the elements that we notice there is an imbalance on incisor, and that is one who the dentist prepare more. So please notice this number, 8.3. That is the distance, that is the measure of one incisor, but is the distance between the cusp canine and the premolar cusp. This distance is the second key in AFG method. And we go on with this scheme. This scheme is help us to find the right proportion between upper and lower teeth and between the teeth in the frontal situation. So you can see that here we have an example of the code, because in AFG we are speaking about tailor-made teeth. So we have small, medium, and large. In this case, we are speaking about medium shape. That is 8.5. Normally, teeth are from 8 to 9. Of course, in any month you can change this parameter. You use this parameter, but you change the first key and the second key. And you can see here how we can move from one tooth to the other with a measure. So from the central to the lateral, we have 2 millimeter less minimums, and from the center to the canines, where is smaller than 1 millimeter. And the same we have from the lower jaw. Sometimes some words in English are escape. Okay, so as per AFG protocol, so we take as a reference the measure of the lower central unit, which is will be the first key, 5.3. So is the key to decipher the correct measurements of the upper frontal group. The proportion between the upper incisor will be obtained from the calculation of the first key. So it means 5.3 in this case, plus 3 millimeter to get the measure of the upper incisor. And using the scheme that I showed before, we get all the measure of the lateral and the canines and so on. Of course, and in deep studies of the technique, I refer you to the books or courses. And another measure that I want you notice is on premolar. You can see that the same number, 5.3, from the lower incisor comes as a distance between the two cusps. We go on with and we made our workshop. So we have here another scheme for understand how could be the proportion between the cusps. Here we can have that we have the distance, the second key, that is the distance between the canine to the first cusps in premolar cusp, that is return 8.5. And then we have the measure to the proportion to the molars anterior to the molars. It helps a lot when we have to make a big construction, when we lose ourselves and we don't know where to put our teeth, how to move the situation that month. The same things. This scheme we can use for workshop or as well as with the CAD/CAM. Okay, at this point, we have prepared the shape respecting the FG code and the measurement to obtain proportion. And so we save all this work that we made with the FG code by applying ID technique. And therefore, contact areas are and block the dimension. And then we go on. And so the marriage between is AFG and incisor design is done. Now remain to turn it in on lithium disilicate. And then we can focus on layering. Here we have dentin A1, dentin A2, because you saw the patient before, she has got cane eyes with more chroma, and but we use a little bit of dentin, white dentin, and A1 in contrast to give more effect to our layering. And again, we have my luminous gray, but in this case with a little bit of transparent blue that we put in just in the margin. That I don't want to have. I don't want to obtain much transparent. Just a little bit atmosphere absorbing area on this incisor side. And what I suggest you is please make a layering scheme. I did always, I learned to do always, because we work a lot on the techniques, but often we introduce changes by the based on the emotional state of the moment, and this step for sure that we forget them. In case we have to remake one crown, better not, but it happened. In case we have to add some crown the same month, so this scheme we have to. I suggest you to do a scheme, your own scheme every time. So the first firing ended, and we go on with the second firing, always willing to conclude my layering concept. So at this point, I draw the paths to control shapes and area to be modified. I see that there are areas that must be modified with the bar, and this I evaluate the movement of the vestibular shape by adding other parts following AFG protocol, and I do never intervene on an area around the drawing. But possibly just only small in size or chains. Of course, if we weren't not so precise on our modeling, on our waxing up, we need to change a little bit. But with our line, we can decide, we can measure, and we can decide to be sure to do the good work. And then to a further check, I see that I have the measure that allow me to respect the AFG numerical proportion. Until the end, I'm often check if I really did a good work. And then here we are, our finished work with our veneer down there. So ID technique and AFG are a great help, both in a small rehabilitation and obviously in larger cases. The important things for me is to be able to go fast, but not in a hurry, with sure steps that don't waste us time. This is my mantra. We are in a hurry all day, but if we start with well done work, after this we go fast, but never in a hurry. So the patient smile, as it was before, the lateral view, and then an enlarged smile. Thank you, Giorgio Dasmolin, for the photos. And so the veneer on the mouth. Okay, now I want to show you another way to use the pressed veneer. Where you see the arrow, there are two implants. I walks up for a crown. After this, the doctor decided to prepare the canines too. So the project here is to veneer on yak, integrate abutment crown, and 4 veneers on natural teeth. The integrated abutment crown are crowns that are built up directly on the metal, on the abutment. Now we will see how it was. So we prepare, or you can prepare the 2 abutment in ideal shape. We works up all, because we have to know how it will be the final result. The 2 crown on implant must be worked up completely to decide how to prepare the implant. That must be covered completely in composite. And we can do a index here and use it for the next step. So we build up the 2 lateral crown in a composite. We start, of course, with the opaque, and we help ourselves with the index. We build up in composite the lateral. We reduce the 2 lateral as the other teeth, as the doctor did before. And then we go on waxing all the 6 veneers. And we are ready to press the veneer and transform all in lithium disilicate. In this case, we use MTN1. It's very thin reduced because we really don't have any space in here. And some layering with the stains, just a little bit of dentin and enamel. And we go on with the layering, and at the end, the result. Okay, this is not the case. I took this case to show you because it's an idea to explain how we start with this technique. I don't really like too much the result, but the technique is interesting. And this is how it was this girl before, and her smile. So difficult to obtain. She never smiled. I hope that now she, step by step, she starts to smile more. Thank you, Berto Mutas, for the photos. So following this kind of way of using pressed veneer, I want to show you this patient. She arrived at the dental offices in this situation, and she asks for a better smile, of course. She spent a long time with the orthodontist and the surgery for trying to resolve her situation. You can see here where the middle line is here, and it was. So the impression arrived to me, and we prepare, as the doctor asked, the pin abutment in composite. And so we have 2 pin abutment composite, 2 natural teeth prepared to crown, natural tooth, and reduce and two ID, excuse me, integrate abutment crown. Okay, so we worked up everything, and you can see that how it was the situation, and we worked up the two veneer too, and then we reduce everything as ID technique suggests. So at this point, I don't care if I have crown or veneer. I work in the same time and same situation. So the pressed veneer and crowns. So again, we have veneer on integrated abutment crown, plus crown on composite pin abutment, crown on natural teeth, and then this was the result for these ladies. And just cemented. I would like to have one more photos later. And the happiest patient. You can see how changed the middle line. It was quite difficult, must say, but happy for the result. And we are nearly the end. This is another way for this patient who he has nice teeth. Why he wants to change something, but you know how they are. He wanted white teeth, all in the same line, no gray, no yellow, and so the doctor prepared the very thin veneers, and the patient wanted the buccal area larger too. So we did the transform everything in macrolayer veneer, and this it was on Emax with the glam ceramic. I have here a palatal view, and the result of this ceramic is very compact. I must say that I love this ceramic, and this is self-glaze. I prefer to use Florence flow glaze when I don't like it at all. So for the lower, we have this veneer, very thin, so only pressed and stained. And we did no prep on posteriors, and we go on with to remake all the mouth. So this is the end. How the gums are reactive is always beautiful. The lower veneer were really integrated. So I must say that I love this two material. So at this point, I explain on my way to use pressed veneer. If you want anything more from me, please ask. And I must say thank you again to all the previous authors, and thank you, Bazen. So now I'm going to interrupt my.
Thank you very much, Lorena. That's very nice work. It's very attractive technique. I like very much AFG technology and IED. It's very nice to combine and make this beautiful technology.
Okay, thank you.
Wish also to have you in a course in Dubai very soon after the corona. Maybe in June or July we can recover and we can start travel very easy in
Yeah, it will
June.
be a really pleasure. I really needed to see people on the face and that we need this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. Thank you the people that remain till now to hear me too.
That's very nice. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Yeah. Let's see.
We welcome of Mr. Jan Shiha. He's very information about zirconia, and he has an expert in this field, and he has very good knowledge that he want to share with us about this zirconia errors. Thank you, Mr. Jan. You can share your screen. You are on the stage.
Bassem, can you see me?
I can
Hello?
see you, but you didn't share your screen. You only share your white screen only. If you can share your presentation, you can stop sharing and start again.
Can you see me?
Yeah, but the screen is the whiteboard. So if you
Yeah.
stop share and share again. Super. You are on the stage.
Good. Huh? Are we good?
Very good.
Very good.
Super.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning to you, and I'm sure it's good evening for you. I'm really happy to be on this Zoom meeting, though I don't like Zoom meeting because I don't like recording lectures. I have a bad experience with this. People can take your information, which is, it's okay. At least they have to mention your name. Thank you, Bassem, for organizing this event. I'm pretty sure you saw a lot of good speaker, especially the Maestro Rondoni. Mr. Daniele, he's great, like always. And James, my good friend, and the rest of the crew. And I really appreciate to be with you guys. So the topic that I'm sharing with you, it's try to eliminate a lot of topic and concentrate on one thing, the sintering. So dental laboratory technology is changing. So now you have to be expert in equipment, expert in zirconia, expert on software, expert in heating, and expert in digital photography. So it's not like before, it's not like before, like waxing and doing. So technology is moving like crazy. Every day there is something new. So to be able to talk about technology, let's see the digital flow. So digital flow, it's about scanning, it's about designing, and it's about milling, and it's about sintering. So I'm gonna go for scanning, designing, and milling really fast and concentrate on sintering. The goal of this Zoom, it's what my goal was to explain for dental technician what to use the proper sintering. And my idea to Bassem was why we don't do open recommendation or open conversation. Someone has problem in sintering, how can I fix it and how can I help him? And I think this is one of the series that's gonna happen often. We're talking with the Antony University in Lebanon, and then to do a couple of programs and then tour in the Middle East. I just spoke with Rodney. The situation in Lebanon is crazy. It's crazy. I cannot believe it. Not only in Lebanon, all over the world, but Lebanon is a big part of my heart. What those dental technicians are going through, it's something unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable. So here in California, we are the same, COVID is climbing. We try to take precaution as much as we can, but we need to move on. We need to move on. So when you buy a scanner, if you want to buy a scanner, you need to ask a question. Don't buy it because the rep is a really nice guy or the lady, she's really nice. You need to choose a scanner who can fit in your workflow. So what you want to do with the scanner, how many units you want to scan, do you want to do scan impression? Do you want to scan stone model? What you want to do? Ask those questions before you buy any scanner. And to me, I look for the accuracy. I really concentrate on accuracy, and then after the speed to create good production. And I want a scanner who can accept file Itero, Sirona, Trios, and everything. So I have a combination of everything. So the full package of software comes with it, so can design everything I would like to have, everything I need to know. So from crown and bridge, full mouse bars, and especially now will this big digital flow. So you have to have a scanner who can absorb everything. So that's why I merged with Medit. Medit have 4 cameras. This scanner is unbelievable, super fast, precise, blue light. You have all the requirement that you need in this scanner. So I'm really happy to be part of this company and work close to them. Software is really easy to use, friendly, and it's I think for the price that you pay for it and the result that you can get, it's a good deal. They have different series, the 510, the 710, and 310. I do have the 710 in my lab. He's working really good with 4 cameras, and the accuracy is unbelievable. And then on the future, I will show you some of the, we have a special lecture for the Medit scanner. So after scanning, you need to move to software. So I am really happy to work with Exocad, and especially Exocad launched now the Galloway release. So it has a lot of options. I choose a couple of them here just to share it with you. Model Creator, Digital WaxUp. I'm a big fan of WaxUp, you know, and I like WaxUp a lot. So they have a lot of new feature for this software. It's allow you to work with really good precision, and then big information that you can collect from your dentist, and then you can merge your technique with what you get and then create. And I'm pretty sure you can see a lot of designer, which is talented designer, doing beautiful work. And then as I did mention to you, every day I'm learning something new. It's a nonstop. It's a nonstop. My concept of my lab, it's really simple. So I do mill and wax, copy mill. If I want to do cutback, I will cut back after sintering, and I can stain and glaze, or I can layer. So this is my concept. My concept in zirconia, always wax up. Why wax up? In wax up, I can control the shape and the form, number one. But the most important thing for me is the function. I need to see it. I need to make sure that the function is correct, perfect, and I move forward for the final product, or stain and glaze, or layer. Mill wax is something that I love. So now I can design on Exocad software. I can mill my crown in wax, and I use harvest wax, this soft wax, on my crowns in my aesthetic cases. And when I mill my wax, I control the function, the shape, you know. And this company has wax the same color of the mill. It's soft. You can use it for press. You can use it for this. I do not work for the company, but this is what I use in my lab. And this is allow me to copy mill and to get good precision of work, to work with my workflow. So zirconia. Zirconia in the market is getting more and more zirconia, and this is what I see. Zirconia cheap, it's expensive, because cheap product will cost you more in the end. 65% of the world now market looking for cheap zirconia. 35% are looking for quality zirconia. I have a lot of respect for the company who produce zirconia, you know, but one thing you need to know, that if you use any zirconia, you have to read the instruction. Instruction is very important. Any zirconia you use it, you have to read the instruction and follow the rules of the company. The company makes specific instruction to read it, not to avoid it. You have to read the instruction. So recently, in the last year or the year before, I try like mixing yttria and zirconia, which is, it's a good idea. And I'll be honest with you, there is some company are getting better, but there is company are still the same. There is company have the same zirconia, but in a different name and a different brand. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe price matter or something like this, you know. I tried the mix yttria for only single unit. I did not try it for bridges. I have a little bit concern if my connector are on the between and in yttria weak and stuff. So I am not a big fan of it. It does not mean that it's not good. That's not good. No. And if you're happy with the zirconia that you are working with, don't change anything. Just stick with what you have. You know what I mean? I do understand that business plan of some labs allow them to work with zirconia not expensive to be afford to make it or the some. But for me, I prefer to work on good material and to get consistency. So zirconia brand, it's so many. So far, I've been trying as much as I can zirconia. And one more time, I have a lot of respect for all those companies who produce zirconia. And I do understand how hard it is to put material in the market. But one more time, please, any zirconia use, read instruction. So this is a different brand of zirconia that I try of like 150 brand from posterior and then from anterior, and then most likely I do my study on posterior. And the study that I use, so after sintering, I check everything after sintering before I stain and glaze to see how the chroma is working, how everything is working, what's the minimum thickness that I can go with it. It's a long process to work with it. And to be able to talk about zirconia, you have to try. So if you work on one brand only, I think you need to try other brand to know where you are. And this is what I do. I try a lot of brand of zirconia to say that I'm using what I'm using, it's working or it's not working. So as you know, I use Katana zirconia in my lab, and I try a lot of zirconia. And the reason why I choose Noritake, because Noritake have their original raw powder. And this is really important. This is not a Toso powder. And this is allow me to have stability. So price of zirconia in the US, to be honest with you, it value between $70 to $165 for 14 millimeter block. So this is the price in the US. I'm not sure in Middle East, how is it and how it's work and what's the price for it. But why there is cheap zirconia and what there is expensive? You ever ask the manufacturer that you're working with, how long you pre-center your zirconia? That's a good question to ask. Pre-centering the zirconia, the longest, it's give you more stability. Some zirconia brand pre-center for 3 hours, for 4 hours. The difference in the stability of the zirconia is about how long you pre-center your zirconia. This is really important. Ask any manufacturer that you work with, if you don't work with Noritake or you work with different brand, how long you pre-center your zirconia. That's a good question. And this is take me to this printing technology was coming out. Printing technology of zirconia is gonna be there, it's starting there. But the problem with the printing, how long is gonna take you to dry before you center? And printing zirconia exists for a long time. For a long time, it's not something new. But the problem with printing crown zirconia is drying time. Drying time, it's big, and the material was in it. I'm not saying it's not the future, it's the future. But for now, when they can figure out how to pre-center it correctly, I think they will be in the market. But for now, I'm sticking with the powder. So for Noritake, there is a lot of selection you choose from it. Each material is designed for the purpose that you want to work on it. It's good to not mix them together. So you cannot use UTML for full mouse. You cannot use those. So each category is designed to work it out on specific project. So HTML is designed for the full mouse. You can use it for the back teeth, for the molar. Always last molar on my cases always has to be HTML. It has the force. It has to accept all the load of the maxilla on top. STML is my favorite one to work with. I can do all my aesthetic cases with it, and then it gives me good result. UTML is designed for veneer inlay only, so we're not gonna go in details with this Katana. Just give you an idea, because the topic that I will talk, it's everything related. We're gonna talk a little by little for everything and concentrate on centering. So prep design is very important. So it's very important if you're gonna use any of the material, STML or UTML, for anterior or posterior, to respect all the time the guideline that manufacturer is providing. Please read instruction. You cannot use prep for 0.4 millimeter that the doctor is prepped to use STML. And then after we will have problem of breakage. So please stick with the instruction of manufacturer. It doesn't matter if it's Noritake, if it's X, Y, Z, any company, read the instruction. So regarding milling, I provide this article like a couple of years ago, and so far is good, and you can find it. And what you need to know about milling katana zirconia. My good friend Lauro from Brazil helped me to translate it in Portuguese and Spanish, and it's already out in Portuguese and Spanish. And I'm hoping that Bassem will translate it to the Arabic. I'm not good on those specific words in Arabic, you know. I know the street language of Arabic, but I'm not good on this one. So here you have 23 tips, what you need to know to mill katana zirconia or different material. It's eye-opening, and I recommend you to read it and to see, to go over it. So the centering schedule of katana, it's 1500. You can, for ML, HT, and LT. And then for, if you want to use this, for UTML or STML is 1550. So the program is really simple and easy. And in every block you buy from Katana Zirconia, you can find the instruction inside. And if you don't want to see the instruction, there is an app called Color Simulation. It's a free app. You can download it and you can find everything. It's easy. 10 degrees per minute to 1500 for HTML. Those two materials cannot mix together. So you cannot put ML, center it with the HTML. You change the particle of the material. Stick with the manufacturer recommendation. And there is a program of fast centering. You can do 90-minute. 90-minute centering, it's allow you to have faster turnaround if you want, but one advice, do not put any tray inside the centering oven when you use the 90-minute for STML and UTML. One more time, do not mix ML in UTML and STML. ML, HTML, and LT has to be in separate program for regular temperature, for regular program, which is 10 degrees per minute to the final temperature and hold 2 hours. And then the same thing for the fast centering. Noritake has the lowest program, the slowest program in the market for the full mouses. And we encourage you to use this program because we see in Noritake saw a lot of program, a lot of package that we don't talk about it in centering. Topic of full mouses, it's big and large. Yes, there is breakage. Yes, there is problems in the market. We don't talk about it because we talk always about the good stuff. We never talk about the other side. It's a long topic to talk about it. It's how you nest it, how you mill it, how you position it in the centering oven, the temperature that you're gonna use, the program on the ceramic oven, what you need to use, and then the most important part that some people are not paying attention on, how you're gonna cement your tie base on it. What's the protocol to cement the base? X, you cement one, you cement the second one, the third one, the fourth one, how you're gonna have precise and what cement you're gonna use. So this is different topic. On the future, we can talk about it. Now we come to the topic that I am here to talk to you about it. It's the centering. Centering is something that to get to this level, don't think I did not fail. I fail so much, and you have no idea how much I fail. I did a lot of mistake in sintering, and I learned from it. The only way that you can learn is when you do mistake. I did not get born, I know everything. I don't know anything. I don't know nothing, if you want to call. I still learning. I'm still learning from sintering, from all this material, all the product. But if you not fail, you're not going to be successful. You know, you have to fail to be able to success and learn from mistake. And this is what happened to me in sintering. So sintering zirconia, it's really simple. It's about the quality of the oven and the maintenance. That's 2 point is really important. Quality of the oven and the maintenance. And we're gonna go over all the steps. Choosing the right program. Most lab use 2 or 3 different material in the lab. So 2, 3 different material, 2, 3 different sintering schedule, we're putting it in one program. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Stick with the instruction of the manufacturer. Choose the right program. Volume. I know. We need to put as many as we can on the oven. There is some oven cannot handle more than 10 or 12 units to be able to center correctly. And those oven, we put sometimes 40 and 30. Yeah, you can hear advertising, we put 80 unit or 90 unit or 100 unit in center in 3 hours. What material are you putting into center it in 120? Are you gonna have consistency in the result? No answer. Time work with the volume. So if you have, let's say 20 unit, I don't hold it for 2 hours. I need to add a little bit. I need to add like 10 degree plus. I need to do, so you have to tweak your program based on the instruction of the manufacturer. Contact the manufacturer, see the result, test your oven, see how you're getting from it. And then from there, you can manage your oven, how to work with it. And the temperature. Temperature is one of the biggest things in this sintering, how to control the temperature. Temperature is everything. There is something on sintering oven called PID. PID is how to stabilize the temperature in your oven. This is something created on the software. So, sintering oven brand. So, all zirconia center between 1450 to 1600. This is some of the sintering oven that's in the market, you know, which is great respect for those company who are producing those sintering oven. I have a lot of connection with the company who produced this oven, and we are in really good term, you know. So on the market, there is too many brands. In which one do you want to choose one? Let me explain to you how the sintering oven works. Inside any sintering oven, some of them have MOSI heating element, which can go to 1800 degree. And now we have the HT MOSI heating element can go to 1850. So 2 brands of heating element, it's on the sintering oven. One of them is MOSI, the heating element, and the other one is silicon carbide. Silicon carbide can go up to 1600 degree, and now with the new version can go to 1650. So 2 kind of oven. Thermocouple. Thermocouple is in to detect the temperature of your oven. There is several brands of thermocouple. Company choose what work for them. And inside there is the software, electronic board, which is manage the oven, how it's gonna run, plus the whiteboard. Whiteboard, it's what protect the oven, keep the heat inside. So those heating white chamber has temperature can go up to 1800 degree. So it has layer like 1800 degree and then 1200, 700, just to keep the heat collected. So most likely all sintering oven have the same product, but it depends which heating element they have, which brand of thermocouple they use, what software they can use in it, and then how you design the whiteboard, how to design the whiteboard. The whiteboard design based on the chamber, based on how big it is, and what's the diameter of your heating element, and what's the recommendation of the company to fabricate this white chamber. So MOSI heating element. Let's talk about the MOSI heating element. The maximum temperature of the MOSI 2 is 1800. Okay. Zirconia candy gas mixed with the oxygen can create contamination. Okay. This contamination go up. There is no way to go up. It's got stick on your heating element, and we'll talk about that part for the next slide. Clean those heating element is the recommendation. You know, it's recommended to clean those heating elements. The recommendations say when you want to clean your heating element, you're going to go 50 degrees above the final temperature, hold, and go down. And we'll explain it on the next slide, on this slide after. So heating element. So this is the MOSI heating element, and Shimpaz was really kind to send me, you know, heating element that was broke from my end. I open it to see what's inside this heating element, you know. So inside this heating element, as you can see, there is two metal. There is one of them is silicate, and then silicate oxide protect the molybdenum. So when you see inside what's going on, so this is what's inside the MOSI heating element. So when your degas, when your material get degas, it's accumulate, this degas accumulate a thick oxide in part of the thick oxide on the part of the heating element. When the thick part of oxide gets stuck on your heating element, the heating element by itself, it will create extra, it will become extra hot on this area and less hot on the other area, okay? And this can create warping, you know, warping. And this warping create breakage. So the solution is to clean this one, obviously, and we will explain it to you on the next slides. Silicon carbide. There is nothing wrong with silicon carbide. Silicon carbide is still oven, like a lot of companies are using it. It has to create a thin coat of white on it to protect it, to give you a good result. But you cannot clean it. It's not like the MOSI heating element. And I recommend to change them every 1 year, every year, 600, 700 hours. So I recommend to change 1 year. So this is how they look from the inside. The silicon carbide, you know, this is how inside. Do you see the code of white around it who protect it? So I have to get one and remove it, broke it to see exactly what. I'm really curious to see what's going on between those heating elements, silicon carbide and MOSI heating element. So based on your recommendation, you can choose your zirconia. So if you are happy by using silicon carbide, use it. But silicon carbide can give you limited to 1,600. MOSI can go to 1,800. So this is my analyze. So if all zirconia center between 1450 and to 1600, okay? So if your zirconia that you choose center on 1450 and you have your oven maximum temp is 1500, you are using 96.67% of the power of your oven. So that's why I recommend to change it every 6 or 8 months. There is nothing wrong with your oven, but you have to keep changing your heating element, which is the silicon carbide, to be able to have consistency on your sintering. But you are using 96.67, so you are on full speed all the time. So now, if you use material which is centered on 1550, and then 1560 is the maximum temperature of your oven, you are on 99.35%. So are using too much power from your oven and has to be changed. So if you're using a material who center on 1500 and you have 1800 the final temperature, you are an 83% 0.33 from the power of your oven. So, and if you're using 1550 in 1800, you are 86. So what's telling me here, this graph will show you, so if I have material for 1450, why not I don't center it on 1800? So I have bigger gap for using the power of my oven. Now, if you're happy with the result that you can get from your oven, keep doing it. But if you are having centering on oven who have 1500 or 1560, the energy that you are pushing your heating element on it to push the maximum power, you will lose accuracy of the temperature by time. So always you have to monitor, if you are using silicon carbide, you need to monitor your silicon carbide event. And for MOSI is the same. MOSI, it's have more advantage because the gap of the heat is bigger than the silicon carbide. But this is matter of choice. I am not trying to sell you anything. I don't work for any company of selling any product. I just give you what I use and what I think and what I saw and what I experience. Heat. That's the biggest question. Most centering oven, when they start having problem, they have cold heat. So we're not reaching the right temperature. Always it's cold, not hot, because your heating element get tired. So what's the solution? We try to add temperature on the final. So if it's like reaching 1500, I'm not getting good result. I add 30 degree, 15, 30. So the crown come shiny and then come way better. This is not what I am looking for. What I'm looking for, it's to have the right heat. The right heat, how we can get this one. If you get overheated, yes, your crown will look shinier, but you are changing the particle and the composition of the material without noticing. That's why we need to find the right heat. And the way to find the right heat, for MOSI heating element, you need to get in-shaded zirconia like a HT10. You break it in the small pieces, and you put it on a Ziploc. And every time, if you can see on the screen, you purge your oven. Purge your oven. It's recommended to contact your company and your dealer. Ask him what is the right cleaning program or purging program for my centering oven. So when you purge your oven, you put small piece of this white zirconia in shaded zirconia, and you go like a 50 degree above the final temperature. It's take all those degassing, all those dust from your heating element stuck on this small piece. I am not a big fan of this chemical you put on the centering oven. Some lab use it. I don't. I like to keep my oven with only zirconia. Only zirconia has to be in my oven, no other material on it. And then you keep those small pieces all year. So you do like a January, February, and you keep going all year. So you have consistency on your centering and you can monitor everything. Centering oven is not about dental technicians think you need to plug it and make it work. No, you have to take care of it. It's like one of your employee, you know what I mean? You have to make sure that everything is running good. Everything is working good. So this technique work only those work for the MOSI heating element. Silicon carbide, you cannot clean them. You have to replace them. You need to calibrate your center. So after cleaning the centering oven, everything clean, I do calibrate my centering oven by using those tabs. But you have to be careful. Those tabs work based on temperature. Each company have their own program to put it inside the oven, you know? So you have to put this tab on a specific program and read the instruction of this program. And then after you measure it, and when you measure it after the bake or the centering program, you can measure it and you can see how big it is. So the way to measure it, you have a caliper that you measure with it, and then this measurement is related to a chart given by the company for you to make sure if you are below or up. Repeat this 2 times before you finalize the temperature. And then the most important thing, you need to also check your voltage. Check your voltage. Sorry. Oops. If you decide to change your heating element, this is something really important. Do not go for cheap heating element. Stick with the company and with the recommendation. Check, always stick with the original part. Always original part. This is one more time. Those are calibrating and beads. A lot of dental technicians use beads. Beads are really tricky. On the first slide, you see like how shiny they are. All beads come from the same manufacturer. So there's big, small, and extra small. You cannot mix them together, okay? You need to put thin layer of beads only to cover the white plate. The more beads you put, the more heat absorbed from your final temperature and preserve it on those beads. So I need to put less beads because zirconia love heat, and I need to keep the heat inside. If you use beads, this is the first slide that show you when they are clean and after they change color. When they change color, those beads can create for you, become opaque, can create you white spot on your zirconia. You have to be careful when you use beads, and then try to change them every 2 or 3 months. Every 2 months, throw the bead and put another set of bead. Tray. When it's come to the zirconia tray, there is a lot of trays in the market, you know, and now since I was talking about companies, about tray, because the tray is take a lot of heat from the oven, you know, because we need to keep the zirconia as hot as it can to be able to maintain the heat of this zirconia step. So too many trays, but I now change to one tray. Chimpas are going with a tray that I do like so much, is lighter, you know, and it's help the degas. So recommendation of Chimpas always, because I use Chimpas often, it's to cover your zirconia so it eliminates the degassing to go down. And if you check that this tray beadless, so you don't need to put beads inside, no beads recommended. So this tray with those opening help the heat to penetrate inside. And if it's get hot, you have this crack, we're not gonna break it. So the heat, this tray help the heat, opening help the heat to penetrate faster and help cooling faster. So that's the advantage about this new tray, and which is I enjoy it so much. So now let's move to the new tray that Minvolt come up with. Minvolt come up with this tray is called the centering shell. You know, this tray is made from material made by Minvolt. You know, and this material, it's you can place this tray with no beads, nothing inside, straight on it. You know what I mean? For multiple unit. And they have on the side center granulate. This center granulate is magic. It's made also by Minvolt. They have their own formula for it. This material will allow you, as you can see those pictures, to center your full mouth or full arch with no stabilizer. This technique, a lot of lab in US are using it, you know what I mean? It's like something really interesting because you can mill from one block, you can mill like two bridges. So what's this material do inside? So it's do not heat, you know? and allow the milk to be support. So the beets hold the heat. This material will not hold the heat. So it's have the same temperature of your zirconia. It's really interesting what they come up with, and I don't have the formula because it's made by them. And the tray that I have, I received it, believe it or not, I received their oven and their tray like last Friday. So I did not have chance to experience it. I did only 2 programs with this oven, but I read a lot about it before I start working with it. So it's something new come up from Minvolt. Let's talk about the volume. You cannot put too much in your crown. This is not acceptable. So too many, it's not. You need to give space, you know. You need to give space for the material. And this space will allow you to have better centering. I know we are in a hurry sometimes. We need to do a lot of units, but I think volume is really important. Do not put a lot of unit in your centering oven. Now, if you can see like on these pictures, like if you have painting zirconia, if you're painting zirconia, there is nothing wrong with painting zirconia. If you're happy with painting zirconia, keep doing it. That's nothing wrong with it. But if you are painting zirconia, do not put it next to zirconia, which is multi-layer or unshaded. What I recommend you, so now, if this material will degas, so it's gonna create contamination for the other crown. So the best way is to do it is to put the crown under, and the one that painted up. So now when the material degas, gonna degas straight, is not gonna reach the material inside. So will be good by putting those two. So this is all what I explained to you. I explained to you about the centering oven that you have in your lab. So those centering ovens are 2020 and go back. Now 2021 centering oven, big change, huge change. What change? So this is what I have in my lab. I'm pretty sure you saw this picture. Chimpaz, I was really lucky to receive the oven. It's been here in my lab almost like 8-9 months. It was the first one to launch it, and they sent it to me. I'm really good friend with this company. Is like unbelievable support, unbelievable knowledge. I like them. We've been working together for a long time. Actually, this big Minvolt was my first oven in the lab, and then after I get introduced to Chimpaz, and I get try the 2 gray oven was the next step that I get after the Minvo. One of them is 110, one of them is 220. I noticed that 220 have a little bit advantage on the 110, but let's talk about the Sintra Pro. Sintra Pro now is connected to my monitor on top, so I can see everything, what's going on in my oven. Is a friendly user. You can use 90-minute sintering. You can put up to 3 to 4 arches on it, and it's come from the company pre-programmed, so you have only program. What's good in this oven? So when you start it, it's take like a 20 seconds before it start the program. So it's detect everything to see everything is working inside the oven. Here you go. Someone is calling me. So it's take a little bit time to control everything. It's calibrate everything inside the oven before it start the program. And in this program, you have pre-program inside, and then you can create your own program with it. So it's a friendly user. You have everything inside. Volume is small, it's light. And then I really enjoy working with this oven. So this oven have a small tray. If you want to use 90-minute sintering, you have to place beads inside, and then you can run your program. For the difference between old, if you want to call old Sintra and the new Sintra, it will tell you if your oven is not clean. It will not gonna take the program anymore. Stop. It telling you, hey, it's time for me to clean, and you have to clean it. So now technology change. So company look at what's going on in the market outside, what's the problem, and try to fix it and put it in their oven. So now you have oven will tell you exactly what to do. But of course, you have to keep it on clean environment. And it's working good with me. Minvolt is a new oven that I received on Friday. I think there is 2 in the US. That's the second one. Also digital, touch screen. I have chance to do 2 centric in this oven, smart oven, same technology. You open it, it's gonna take time to run everything. It's make sure that the heating element is working, make sure that the door is open and closed, and make sure if the circuit is correctly before you can launch it. What I saw in this oven, something a little bit different, can go up to 200 degrees per minute. You can do fast centering, of course, fast centering with no tray. The oven will give you instruction inside what you need to do, what you need to use. If you are using, have 3 type of problem, 1 rapid, 1 speed, and then 1 regular, you can enter it. I did enter 2 program on it, and I work on them. So my experience with the Sintra is more than this. I have much time working with the Pro, but I'm looking forward to work with this oven. And so far, I have 2 of the best sintering oven in the market. And I hope that on the next videos, I can give you more videos and then more information about Sintra Pro and Minvolt. So the reason why I'm talking about those oven, because if you have a sintering oven, it's been for 3 or 4 years, I think it's time to change it. Okay, I don't work for both company. I give you my honest opinion. If you're not gonna change your heating element regularly, and you're not gonna maintain your oven correctly, you have to get a new sintering oven, because this technology is moving to sintering. Zirconia, it's here. It's not gonna go away. So you have to create a good sintering oven to be able to have consistency of the final product that you can have. So this is my team in the lab. As you know, I work by myself. You know that. And this is what I'm working on. In technology, in sintering, it's really, really good now, especially when those oven, it's unbelievable. So my goal in my lab, and I know you guys saw enough beautiful cases from the technician before me, especially Mr. Rondoni, which is the maestro. So my concept is copy mill my zirconia, sinter correctly. This is how the final product is look after sintering. And I need to sandblast aluminum oxide 50 PSI, aluminum oxide 20 to 25 PSI, and I have to apply clear glaze. So this is my concept in the lab. If I have cases with no adjustment, I just work my wax up, I copy mill, I sinter, I sandblast, and I can do clear glaze. Now, there is other technique that I can do something like this, you know what I mean, which is micro layer on the facial, you know what I mean? So I can get more aesthetic. So if I want to stain my zirconia, always FC paste stain is my favorite one to use on my material. So the Katana zirconia, the key of any zirconia in Katana is how you sinter it. And when you sinter it, you have the options, stain and glaze, or you can do a micro layer, which is you can mill, cut back, add a little bit T blue, and then add TX, and then finalize it like this. So this is second option. One option you can stain and glaze, other option you can micro layer, or you can full layer. So we encourage people to layer ceramic, you know. And then I'm sorry, but I have to be honest with you. This technology make dental technicians lazy. They don't want to layer anymore. But layering is when you get all the details. Here you go, he's calling again. So this is some of the things that I like to do, photography and enjoying my work, and that's what keep me going. So we finalize in my last topic. It's always after glazing. Always after glazing, finish your final product. Should you use glass bead or aluminum oxide? That's the biggest question. Dr. Nate Lawson, and I invite you to check his YouTube channel. He's big on Instagram. He's a good friend. He will allow me to explain for you this concept. So Sandblast, we're not advertising this machine, but it's what he used, Dr. Nate. He explained about the glass bead, alumina, and Rokatech. So those are the three materials that you can use to sandblast inside. So he explained that the glass bead, it's like a ball. Alumina is like a stone, have sharp angle, and Rokatech, it's hit and explodes. So what he did, Dr. Lawson, he just create those specimen, and he polish, and he glass bead, he polish them, he glass bead, alumina oxide, and Rokatech. So when you see those three here, you can see that how things change. So alumina here, it's give you better results. So Dr. Lawson recommend to use aluminum oxide for this one. And then always recommend your dentist to use Panavia cement. And I thank you for your attention. Hopefully, in this 46 minutes, I give you information to help you get better and then help you. I'm sorry I have to run to the other topic faster. Usually my lecture is 2 hours and more, but I try to get as much as I can to help you. And when Bassem asks me, I need you, so I am always here. And I thank you so much for listening to me, and I'd be more than happy to answer any question. I'm really good on returning phone call, and until now you can ask on the Middle East, in Europe, Asia, Africa, all over the world. Always people contact me, and I'm really good on returning phone calls and helping others. And I think it's nice to help. And if you have any question, please don't hesitate to contact me on Facebook or Instagram or on. I'll be more than happy to help you. And then I'm pretty sure that a lot of people know that I help.
Thank you very much. You always our friend, and we depend on you every time we need any help or a support for zirconia or any concerning the dental technology. Thank you very much, Mr. John.
Thank you.
I will prepare also the last lecture about Mr. James Choi, and we finish with this lecture now. 1 minute, I will stop.
Okay, Bassem, good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. John.
Go ahead, James.
Yes, wish meet you in Dubai. Also, welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Now we will start about the last lecture from Mr. James Choi about Mayo ceramic liquid, glaze, and paste.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Choi, and I'm a dental technician who was one of the main developers of a unique material, which I would like to introduce you today. And hopefully I could give you a glimpse of what is possible with this material using today's technology in our dental profession. Now, before I start, I would like to thank Dental Online Conference for giving me the opportunity to share some of my journey with you all today as an introduction of a system. So the name of the system is called Mio Liquid Ceramics. Why is it called a liquid ceramic? It's because our concept in development of this material was to have really the best parts of the traditional ceramic system, which is the ability to layer depth in one application, and the best part of the stain systems, which is the ability to see before firing what you will get after it's fired. And to combine the best parts of these two worlds into one very unique system and approach was our goal. So now we can all agree that the technology in our profession has evolved and advanced so much for the past several years. And when you look at this slide, you can clearly see the evolution of today's zirconia when you see this photo. I'm talking about the transmission of light. There's several key dynamic light dynamics that we have to control, but transmission of light is one of those key dynamics that we have to understand. And when you look at this comparison between, really the aesthetically proven lithium disilicate on the right versus today's translucent zirconia on the left, the light transmission is quite similar. So now when you look at this case, this is a quite interesting case that we documented several years ago. The interesting fact about this case is the fact that it's exactly the same file. It's exactly the same form. And only thing that's different is the translucency of the material. The one that you see on the left is the one of the first generations of zirconias, which we used to call it the white gold. We thought it was a replacement of a gold restoration at that time. But when you look at the right side, it's quite interesting because now, because of the light transmission, we are able to get to nature as close as possible, especially in that posterior region. And this is a proof to that. So this opened our eyes to have an imagination of possibility in the anterior region. So the system is called Mio, and it stands for Make It Your Own. And the reason for that is because we did not want to set an exact protocol that you must follow to get successful results. We wanted the system to be very free. We wanted the system to be able to adapt to every level of dental technicians or dental professionals who's using this system. So Mio system is quite organized, very similar like the traditional ceramic systems. Which means there are opaque colors, there are semi-translucent colors, and there are high translucent colors. And the ability to apply all the colors that you need all at the same time, which is a very unique character of this material. So I would like to show you an example of everyday experience that we go through as a dental technician. So if you look at the box on the left, there are 3 shade tabs, and I purposely made these shade tabs skipping a shade in between. So there's an OM2, there is an A1, and there is an A3. With the translucent A color in the Mio system, with just one color, you are able to match OM2 to an A3 or an A4. So if you could take a look, these are shade tabs. So these are not fired. the beauty of the MEO system is whatever you see before you fire, you will get that after it's fired. So there are no guessing games. So when you look at this small zoomed in box, you could see that I was able to match an OM2 as a starting point to an A3. Okay, so with one color, we are able to shift in many shades, and we wanted to make the system so that it's very adaptive to everyday procedures that we are working with. So when you look at a crown right here, the crown that you see on the left side is a multi-layer crown that I started off, and with one firing, with two color applications, which is translucent A and a little bit of smoke, which I will introduce to you in the next slide, is the violet color that we see in the incisor region to create that translucent appearance of our restoration. So with one firing, I was able to get a glaze and hit the target that I needed to get to. So of course, I cannot, talk about the dropping the value. So like I said on the previous slide, with translucent smoke and different colors, with all in one application, you could create the chroma that you are looking for. You could drop the value the way you want. In this case, I created this translucent band in between, in the middle of the crown with one firing. So this is one of my favorite, actually my definite favorite color in the entire system, including MEO white system and MEO pink system. And this color is called lumen. The beauty of lumen, let's for example say everyday dentistry, everyday lab experience. I have a case that needs to get out within the 15 minutes or 30 minutes, let's say. I get a last minute phone call from the dental office and say, the dentist tells me, hey, James, I made a mistake. I gave you the wrong shade. I don't want the shade to be A1. I want the shade to be brighter than A1, one shade brighter than A1. OM3, let's for example say. And again, when you look at this box on the left, I purposely positioned the shade tabs in this position so that I could demonstrate that this is quite possible to do. So with lumen application, you are able to raise value without adding opacity. So lumen is really like, to make it very simple, it's really like a cloud. When we look at a cloud from far away, it looks like an object. It's high value. But we all know when we get close, all it is, it's vapor, and it's translucent, it's transparent. The only reason why it looks like a high value or an object from far away is because it's scattering light, and it's creating that optical illusion. So lumen is exactly that. So when you see this crown on the left side, let's say this is a finished crown, and I have to shift in value and raise brightness in value, and I have no time. Typically in the past, what we had to do was we had to sandblast everything off, and then we had to reapply, or we had to remake the entire crown to shift that shade. But with lumen, this is quite possible. So I apply lumen right on that body 1/3 area, like you see in this box. And then once I fired, I get, that bump of the value. So after we created the first lumen, the original lumen, we felt the need that we could add another option, another weapon to our arsenal. And with Lumen Plus, which is a much more intense lumen effect to our restoration. So what you see on the crown on the left side is a finished restoration, and on the right side is a shade tab. So now there is many applications out there that does, digital measurements so that eliminates a little bit of our optical illusions. And when you look at when I measure these two crowns in this exact same point, you could see the L value. L is the value. So you could see the L value being quite similar. So my goal now is to raise the value with one more firing. So with Lumen Plus, after one firing, I was able to raise about 4.5 in L value, which means it's above one full shade. Okay, so just to show you a comparison with the shade tab in the middle and a big shift, it's one of my favorite, the favorite color in the entire system, and there is no color and no material like this Lumen and Lumen Plus. And with the combination, we are able to control the intensity of lumen effect. So this is, for me, a lifesaver. So the beauty of the Mio system is truly the fact that whatever we see before we fire is we get exactly that after it's fired. So when you look at the box in the middle, the before fire, that's about 15 to 20 colors on one crown. Everything is applied wet, all at the same time. And you could see that the details of all the effects that I was able to create, once I'm satisfied, I fire that. And since all Mio material are self-glazing, I get the same effect. Whatever I saw before I fired, I get exactly that. And at the same time, I get a glaze out of it. So the big photo on the left side is after the structure fire. So what was the biggest downfall of monolithic restorations in the past before Mio? It's the fact that we cannot control the surface texture. When we apply all the colors and create all the saturation of color into our likings, we tend to completely lose control of our surface texture. So we created a material called structure. And structure is not to replace your enamel or to create depth. All the depth and effects and your final appearance should be applied with the Mio colors. And once you're satisfied with the Mio colors, you fire that, get a glaze out of it. And then once you get that into that position, you could make it even more advanced by creating and controlling the surface texture, which will control the key light dynamics that we have to control in dentistry and create a lifelike, traditional ceramic-like monolithic restoration like you see on the left side. So just to go a little bit deeper into the structure material. So structure material is a pure ceramic material that it's a paste material that you will apply very thin. So just to create the surface texture, it's not really designed to create depth and to replace your enamel. You can add contacts with it. You can shift a little bit of the form, but it's mainly designed to create the surface texture and control that in an effective manner. So all the texture that you see on this slide is done with the brush. So like I said, every material in the Mio system is self-glazing. So whatever texture that you see here, this is prior to firing. And once you have a calibrated, firing cycle for the structure, once you fire that, you keep all the texture at the same time you get a glaze out of it. So now the evolution of the monolithic restorations and the evolution of aesthetic dentistry is present. So whatever you see, all the texture, once you fired, you keep the texture and get a glaze out of it. So structure there are 5 structures in the entire system. When I say entire system, it's meaning Mio white system and the Mio pink system. When I say Mio white system, it's designed for the teeth, and the Mio pink system is really designed for the tissue. So with 2 systems combined, there are 5 structures. And these tabs are measured at 0.1 millimeter. So it's quite thin. So the one that you see on the far left is the window. It's transparent, 100% transparent, like you see there. The enamel, which is my favorite, it scatters light, but it will not really shift your final color. It scatters light. It creates that extra little, illusion of depth. Okay, so my favorite is the enamel structure. And one of my favorite, my real go-to for pink structure to create that stippling that we need, that we see in nature, is orchid. And there are frost if we need to bump up the value a little bit, or if we need to go deeper in red, rouge structure will be the choice that I would make. So of course, all this theory it sounds great, all is nice, but we had to verify that this system and this concept works in our clinical situation. So we had a target shade that you see on the lower anterior. That was our target shade, and we were restoring the 4 anteriors from lateral to lateral. We made a quite interesting comparison with the traditional ceramic and the monolithic restorations with the Mio colors and 1 structure. And at that time, when we had this case going, we had about 5 colors and 1 structure. So this is where I started off. At high translucent white zirconia, and the reason for the white zirconia is to keep a little bit of that value to begin with. This is 1 color application, and then this is the color application on all 4 anteriors, and then this is fired with the structure, which controlled a complete control of surface texture, and this is finished restoration on the model. This is where I started off. Finished, and in the patient's mouth. Now, the traditional ceramic technique, we used about 7 to 9 enamel layers. We applied Mio colors as an internal effect. And then the ceramic, this is also in the patient's mouth. And side by side, the monolithic is on the left and the ceramic is on the right. The monolithic, to be honest, my working time was about less than 15 minutes. And the ceramics, we all kind of have an idea how long that would take. About 3-4 hours with this type of restoration, which was a minimal cutback on the facial, right? So here is cheek retracted. Don't mind the tissue too much. This was during the try-in, but you could quite see the huge potential, and it's proven clinically that this absolutely works. So Mio Pink system is set up quite similar to the Mio White system. There are the translucent colors and there are some opaque colors as well. So I'm gonna quickly go over what's possible in a clinical situation. Whatever your underlying material is, whether that's opaque zirconia, the 3Y zirconia, the 5Y zirconia, and the 4Y zirconia that's actually going to be released all over the world very shortly, whatever the underlying material you're using, Mio will make that material come to life. If you use it correctly or the way you like to use, it does not matter. So this is where I started off directly after it's centered. This is finished with Mio colors, fired twice. You can see that I have a surface glaze everywhere and not too much of control of the surface texture. You can see the reflection on that lateral. And this is finished with the Mio structure application on teeth and tissue at the same time. Okay, and this is intraoral photo. You could see that the lower anteriors, canine to canine, we had to match the natural teeth, and you could see that the fact that I started off with an opaque zirconia, but I was able to match nature. Okay, so the potential, and it's proven that we have evolved as a technician now, and the technology has definitely met our system the way we envisioned. So people ask me quite a lot about, hey James, it looks like you applied a lot of color. How much do we have to cut back? You do not have to cut back at all. And you can see that here. This is directly after it's centered. There's no surface texture. I create my underlying material with absolutely no surface texture so that I could control the surface texture manually with my hands, with the help of the Mio system and the structure material. So this is directly after it's finished. You could see that ideal surface texture, the intensity of colors, the transmission of light, the movement of light is quite present in this restoration. So this is a cross section of that same piece. And as you can see, the thickness is virtually none. So the thickest area in this material, in this slide, is the incisor region. This is combining about 16 to 20 colors underneath and one structure on top. The thickness that you see with your eyes in this slide is actually the structure only. Okay. So next, I want to show you a quick time lapse of the whole evolution from where I started off to how I finished. Okay, so you can see that I usually start off in between the teeth first. I apply the glaze. I apply all the colors necessary. I move on to the gingiva. Typically use 3 colors on the gingiva to create that natural appearance, and the structure application to finish off. All the texture that you need to create, I create with a brush. Once I fire that, I am done, and the case can be sent out the door. I want you guys, this is just an introduction of the system, and I hope that I was able to deliver the message and deliver the possibilities, and hopefully opened your eyes a little bit and to the technology, the advancement of technology, and the advancement of materials with the Mio liquid ceramic system, and what we can take advantage of today's dental profession with all these nice, absolutely nice zirconias all over the world available to every one of us. With the Mio system, we are able to get close to nature as close as possible without all the time spent and the effort spent as well. And I hope you guys enjoyed the short presentation, and I hope to see you guys during the live webinar and some courses in the future. Thank you so much for your attention during this time. You could also find me on all social media platforms like the Facebooks and the Instagram, and I hope to see you guys soon. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you for Mr. James Choi to share with us this interesting lecture. We hope to have more lecture in the future. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone.
We invite all our attendees to the next event will be in 16th of April 2021. Wish everyone will join us freely for 16th of April. We will share some thanks with all our speakers and all our attendees, and thank you again for sharing our second edition of the dental online conference. That's very nice to help, and thank you and wish to see you again.